adelantado un par de cositas, he hecho un par de misiones secundarias y he subido el tablero. Como podéis ver, ya lo tenemos bastante subido y nos espera un caminito guay, por lo que he visto. Os he adelantado un poco porque lo que había era relleno, puro relleno, y aquí empieza nuestra nueva historia. Y a ver si podemos terminarlo. Vamos a ver si podemos hacer algo guay, un buen directo. Y vamos a ver si podemos darle caña. Vamos a ver si podemos darle caña. No sé por qué siempre se me guarda la imagen esta, pero bueno, seguramente vengan bichos por aquí. Vale, tenemos una caverna donde investigar. Y donde podemos entrenar. Comprar un par de armas. He hecho cositas, no mucho. Hemos subido el nivel, hemos subido el tablero. Y bueno, tampoco no son de nuestro nivel estos pajarracos. Lo malo es que no podemos volver atrás para matar a un monstruo que nos dieron al principio y que me haría falta. Muy buenas, José, buenas tardes, ¿cómo estás? Gracias por estar ahí. Bueno, Zampas, te he hablado al WhatsApp, pero no te llegan los mensajes. Creo que me tienes bloqueado o algo. Pues no lo sé. No lo sé. A ver. No lo sé. A ver, apúntame tu número de teléfono si quieres aquí. Yo te agrego. Me parece que os bloqueé cuando... A ver, espérate un segundo. ¿Tu número de teléfono es 651 92 32 33 o no es? Y si no, pásame el número por aquí. Vale, 610 85. Vale, déjame un segundo que yo lo apunte. 610 85 47 49 47 49. Ah, es fácil de memorizar. Voy a agregarte, ¿vale? Vale, vamos a ver si... Pero no me acuerdo si era en este teléfono. No, no te tengo... A ver, espérate. José. Sí, te tenía bloqueado. Mira, te voy a escribir. Os bloqueé cuando me sacasteis de aquel grupo. Que me metí y me sacasteis. Pero bueno, no pasa nada. Ahora, ya está. Vale, vamos a seguir. Vamos a ver qué tenemos por aquí.
You've noticed it, haven't you?
Notice what?
I'm referring to Shion.
Hablo de Sion.
I never thought you of all
Jamás
people
imaginé
would
que
come to me
tú
about her.
precisamente vendrías.
Yes, well, what
Va muy rápido
concerns me
para
has
mí.
more to do with what machinations may be currently unfolding in secret on Lenegis as we make our way along this tunnel.
And you're saying it's related to Shion in some way?
Perhaps. She believed there was a good possibility that the Renis Alma may free her from her thorns. One would think after losing the Renis Alma, she would be more dismayed, and yet she isn't. Why? There's also the matter of the power that she inherited from...
You heard what she said. She didn't know about the Maiden's power.
Mere ignorance does not preclude her deep connection to the events unfolding around us. You recall when her thorns went rampant in Castle Delpharis. I've never seen dark astral energy manifest in such a way.
I thought you said all Renans had dark astral energy inside of them.
Correct. However, what Shion exhibited was far beyond what any ordinary citizen could ever possibly possess. Let me be clear. I do not intend to cast doubt on Shion, or her motives. Nevertheless, I cannot shake the feeling that there's more to all of this than what we currently know. Do you disagree?
Bueno, Sion. Vale, vamos a continuar. Vale, vamos a por estos payasos. A ver ahí. Nivel 32 no son rival para nosotros. Ni mucho menos.
I shall provide assistance. Take this!
We've turned the tables on him.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back.
I never miss.
No, soy casi nivel 40 ya.
Denied! Stalagmite! I'm ready! Totally!
Y hoy pues,
In an instant.
bueno,
Impact clock.
11.000 de vida. Acabáis de ver, ¿no? 11.000.
It's obvious that people used to go through here in order to get to the other realms.
You think Volron really did seal it off to keep it hidden then?
Seems like it. Those soldiers we encountered might have known about it. Chosen to hide out here.
But with the entrance code...
Esto no son nada para nosotros ya.
Damn it!
Coming through!
Here I come! Flame of fury!
Try harder!
Turn it! Slash! Water!
Try this!
Hear my call!
Infernal turret!
Spread!
Slash!
Fall! Hear my fury!
The flame inside me,
Water!
fury,
Hear
be
my
let
call!
free! We've got
Yours
fire!
are not the
I've
skills
got
of just any warrior.
Save your compliments. We have to move.
There's an end to all of this.
Here's a healing arc! Freeze!
1500.
In the wind!
Mirage!
Air thrust!
I'll smash you! I
Water!
have
Hear
no
my
limits!
call!
Se ha capeado,
You don't mind if I do! Spread! Flame of fury! Illuminate!
Glacial spear.
Anda la mierda por ahí.
That was almost too easy.
No enemy can stand against us!
Nivel
If only every
36.
battle went so well.
Venga, nivel 36, bien. Bueno, es un buen nivel. En un par de misiones secundarias he matado un par de bichos.
I owe you one! No escape! This one's all mine! I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
He matado un par de bichos, me los ha cargado todos. Ya ves.
That astral energy was incredible!
I gave it everything I had.
No sé, es un poco raro todo esto.
I see supplies and other signs people were living here. Even Zoogle cages.
Definitely looks like this is where the remnants of Volron's forces hold themselves up. Yeah.
They were hiding in a
Hamburguesa.
place like
Mira,
this all
nos dan una
along.
hamburguesita.
What's this thing?
Hola.
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Never have I been so popular.
Where are you going? Your wings won't save you from me! I'm ready! This one's mine!
Blind spree? Why can't they just sit
No further! Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done! Lost! Demon's Descent!
Flashing fang!
Radiant here!
Ya, si te enganchas de golpe te los mata, ¿eh?
You fight better at a
Y
distance.
antes se ve que
Further
nos hemos
away, the
enganchado a
better.
todos y
You and
los
I go.
hemos reventado. Pues ya ves.
Freeze Lance!
Casi nada lo del ojo.
Let's refrain from losing.
Me van a traer aquí para nada. Mono de zafiro. Mono de zafiro. Opa. Perfecto.
This equipment is really interesting.
Vamos a ver los atuendos que tenemos para esta.
You must really like it, Alphen. Hi, Hoodle!
Eat
Here I go! Don't mind if I do!
Okay, here I go.
Photon!
I
Illuminate!
thought you were going to wreck
You
the
got
place.
it!
I'm not nearly finished yet.
Then I'll provide assistance however I can.
As impressive as always.
Here I hope that was improving.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Sion actually look desperate.
Está muy bien el juego, tengo que decir que está genial.
Fight better at a distance.
Pero
The further away, the better. You and I both.
mierda.
Hear me! Flame of fury! Turning strike! Water! Hear my call! Raging! Spread!
Pero llega un momento que las peleas no sabes
Nicely done.
si esto o lo otro o aquello más para allá. Cebo de... Eso debe ser para pescar.
Is it just me, or was today's dinner a little low on salt?
I felt that it was seasoned perfectly, so as to bring out the flavor of the ingredients.
Last taste buds are still like a kid's, so if his food isn't rich enough, I bet he doesn't feel like he's eaten anything at all.
Don't make fun of me! We all need salt in order to survive!
He has a point. You do lose stamina if you don't get enough salt in your body.
Yeah, I remember seeing people trying to lick the rocks back in Calaglia.
What? Why would anybody do that?
Sometimes you can find rocks out there that taste salty. They used to say it was because of all the tears we slaves shed.
Most likely, that was actually rock salt that they found. When our provisions ran low, Miguel would often bring some back for us to use. At the time, we used it because it's all we had. But now there's something hearty about rock salt I like. Even more than table salt.
Is it possible, perhaps, to find any rock salt in these parts?
It is. You have to know what you're looking for, but when I find any, I always break some up to refill our supply. The flavor even changes depending on what kind of terrain it comes from. Sometimes I end up collecting more than we need, just in case we like it.
Wow, Kisara's really serious about her salt.
You can always count on Kisara to be earnest. That's why we have to do our part and not add any more to her burden.
Bueno, ya ves que aquí se ponen a hablar de sal como se ponen a hablar de cualquier otra cosa.
Okay, here I go. Slash! Swallow blade! I can shatter any steel! You're mine! Slash!
Pesky airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for you truly.
I'll take you all on!
You're really strong, Alvin.
I'm just trying to do the best I can.
Still, it's reassuring to have you around.
As impressive as always.
I'm ready!
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
This could be useful.
That equipment should come in handy.
Pulsera fortalecedora. No, tampoco no... Bueno, a lo mejor mejorándola. Pero tampoco no... Tenemos de mejores. Bueno, vamos a seguir esta aventurilla. Vamos a ver qué nos espera la historia, porque estos tienen ganas de carrera. ¡Hostia!
How much do they have to steal from us to be satisfied?
What's that thing's purpose, anyway? Some kind of siphon that sends the astral energy the Lords harvested to Lenegis?
Not as far as I'm aware. That said, it has become evident since the forming of the Renis Alma, as well as other recent events, that my insight may be thin. I would, as I believe the saying goes, take what I say with a grain of salt.
No, Halim.
At the very least, I believe we can assume that whoever is pulling the strings behind the scenes has had this in the works for quite some time.
Why's that?
The people on Lenegis may have plenty of resources at their disposal, but not even they could prepare something like that in a mere month. Something of that magnitude takes considerable time, as well as a predetermined goal in mind.
Then what was the crown contest for?
At this stage, I think it was but one step in the greater scheme we see unfolding before us. What that scheme is exactly, I haven't a clue. For now, I believe we should keep moving. The path continues. It's quite possible it will take us all the way to Cislodia.
Agreed. Let's keep moving.
Bueno.
So Shion's thorns are dark astral energy.
Rinwell, are you worried about Shion?
Of course I am. But I don't know how to talk to her about it.
You and me both.
Sendero Sur. Naori Imeris. No, pero por aquí no es. Por aquí es por donde hemos venido, matado. Vamos a ver. Es largo, ¿eh? Yo no me pensaba que este juego sería tan largo. Pero sí, es largo. Pero bueno, nos viene bien entrenar.
Rising Wyvern! Mirage! Swallow Blade! The flame inside is yours to be let free! Try harder! We got fire!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Let a marksman handle it. Totally to me.
All yours!
Far enough!
Va.
Don't get careless.
Vale, nos veremos por aquí.
This one's mine! Sharpen!
I owe you one. Mirage! Swallow blade!
Here I go! Mega ray!
Swallow turret!
By the power of
Swallow
water!
light!
Watch and weep!
Heal!
Illuminate!
Mirage!
By the power
This
of
one's
water!
all
Holy Land!
Son fáciles.
We won that by a mile!
Son monstruitos fáciles. Hola.
Retreat if you know what's good for you. Burn in hell! Lion Heart! Swallow blade!
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Try harder! I shall ensure you survive this. Blade! Slash! Illusion has been hit with something!
Sounds like a job for
So
you
even a
truly!
master has his limits.
Not feeling
No
so
further.
great. Shattering
Water!
pieces! Attack time! Denied!
Illuminate the
This one's all mine!
Come forth! Pierce evil!
Burn in hell! Shine! Radiant
Holy
light!
Land!
Force
Free
of regeneration!
I'm on a roll!
Allow me to
You
help
fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both. Celestial!
Mirage!
Wow! Look what I just found.
Nos han dado 95 de experiencia. Qué lástima.
It sure got cold all of a sudden after we passed the peak.
La. Yeah, we're getting close.
Get lost!
Grant me the strength to march on!
If it's in the sky,
Lion
it's
Heart!
mine!
Swallow blade! Mirage! I'm ready! Sarah! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Gills in the wind! Air
Catapult!
We won that by a mile!
174 de experiencia. Vale. Genial. En vez de adelante parece que vamos para atrás. ¿De qué me sirve a mí luchar contra estos matados?
Retreat if you know what's good for you!
Leave the torches to me!
Swallow blade!
Lunar corruption!
Slash!
Far enough! Now, they may look cute and stuff, but they're vicious!
Instant deity! Flying freaks! Why can't they just sit still? Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Take this! The flame inside me! Yours to be let free!
You are in captivity!
As soon as I'm done here,
Come help out. How could a girl like her say no?
As impressive as always.
Now!
No, I mean you're even better than ever.
Don't get complacent.
retreat if you know what's good for you.
Spear. This one's mine.
Lion now you let loose. Swallow blade. Slash.
Fall into thy
Do it. Swallow blade.
Here, illuminate the dark.
In a bind.
Holy glitter. Holy
Glacial Spear.
Resonate with the earth. Rising rider. The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Do it. Divine.
Could have been worse.
Bueno, vamos a ver si nos dan algo.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Here I go.
I owe you one. I can't carve through armor. Be careful, everyone. This one isn't normal. Mirage, resonate with the earth. Swallow blade. Come one, come all. Mirage. Resonate with the You're finished! We turn the tables on her.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back.
Here's evil. Lightning can
Where
where you go.
Yours to be let free. Eat dirt!
Watch us wailing.
Dale, de cuidado.
Onward and upward. Hey!
Producción de zafiro.
New equipment!
Valle escarchado. Vamos a ver qué pasa aquí. Vamos, que el plan no era...
We made it to Cislodia.
We need to get that bridge down somehow.
It looks like we can control it from our side. Let's take a closer look.
Are you okay, Law?
Oh, fine. Just thinking. The past is a real downer. That's why I'm focused on what's ahead of me. You?
Yeah. I'm going to stay the path. As long as we're all together, I know we'll be all right.
Same here. Now let's get moving.
Bueno, vamos a coger nuestras cositas, patatas, tomatitos. Lo normal en una aventura. Justamente hay una palanca que abre el puente del otro lado. Del mismo lado que venimos.
Oh, good. We can cross through here.
Muy fácil todo. Muy fácil. No me gusta. Nos van a traer problemas.
Stop! Who goes there?
¿Ves?
My name is Alphen. We're not your enemies.
Did you say Alphen? Slap me silly, it really is you!
Forgetting someone?
Rinwell! Oh, glad to see you're doing okay.
What are you guys doing out here?
We're patrolling the realm. Never thought I'd bump into you all on my rounds, though. Heck, enough of me, though. What's going on up in the sky? Feels like the world's gonna end.
That's what we're trying to figure out ourselves. And as it happens, I've got a big favor to ask.
I had an inkling that's why you'd come back. As soon as I saw you in the distance. So you beat all the lords, huh? Damn, you really must be a hero.
I just did what I had to. So can you send anybody to help Ganeth Heros?
I think we can help out. I'll hit up the other resistance groups and rustle up some support. I doubt they'll have a problem with sending people once I mention it's you who's asking.
Thanks. If you guys can help out, that'll give us a chance to do something about that wedge out in the ocean.
Yeah, I think that's something only you guys can handle. Speaking of which, that thing's out in the middle of the ocean. How do you even plan on reaching it?
By boat. We're about to go look for one.
No rest for the weary, I see. Hey, what happened to that mask you used to wear?
It's a long story. Let's just say I lost it.
I sure never expected to run into Bregan.
Cyslodia's probably in good hands with him.
Yeah. Now we can focus on finding a ship.
Bueno, está claro que vamos primero por la derecha, ¿no?
Freezing.
Venga, lobito. Lobito nivel 12.
Get lost!
Bah, pues esto no es nada. ¿Qué es esto?
Hold up. This as valuable as I think it is?
Ah, vale. Ya me acuerdo de este sitio. Pues aquí ya estuvimos. ¿Para qué tanto rollo?
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Hey, if we find anyone who needs help here...
Seriously?
I guess.
What?
All right.
Huh?
Venga, iremos nosotros. Vamos.
You did it!
Sí.
What is it?
Enjambre aéreo. Vale, ¿dónde están? Venga, vamos para allá. No pasa nada. La derrotamos y ya está. Y volvemos con dinero y con puntos de habilidad. Seguro que no nos cuesta nada.
We've reached our destination.
Seguro que no nos cuesta nada. No. Así. O no. O no. Así. Así o no.
This place is rather gloomy.
What? Don't you lighten the mood for us while we're... here then.
I'll see what I can do.
Is it just me, or is anyone else peckish?
Esto no nos van a durar nada.
That's a big Zoogle.
Hostia.
Yeah, I'm not sure we can take it.
Yo creo que sí, hombre, ¿por qué no? Nivel 42-31, vale, sí, hombre.
This one will be difficult to predict.
Venga.
Flying freaks! What can we just still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
In a bind?
Glacial Spear. Here's evil.
Ya.
Let's get you all tucked away. Freeze Lancer! Air Thrust! I can do this all day! Here!
They can't lay a finger on you.
I prefer it that way. What about you?
Just watch and see.
Illuminate the
This one's all mine. An astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
I thought you were going to wreck the place.
I'm not nearly finished yet.
Then I'll provide assistance however I can.
As impressive as always.
Here I hope I wasn't fooled.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Now you see what I can do!
Water, hear my call.
Illuminate the dark! Come forward!
Leave the chargers to me!
Holy land!
Far enough!
Arts require complete focus!
Will this help?
This one's all mine.
Take that!
No.
You picked the wrong
Dance in the
fight.
healing circle! Sleep now! I owe you, Xion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is
Todo
cause
esto de
havoc
mierda.
and destruction. Go get it!
In a bind?
Parece que hay un rato. El cabrón se ha escapado.
Let us
Ready? Freeze Lancer!
Where are you going?
I'll smash you!
Lightning Orb! Here's evil! Banana, let's go!
Glacial Spear.
Here's evil!
Far enough.
Freeze the flames will roar!
Can you take it?
Here!
Mirage!
More for the sunshine! Here!
Infernal Disc!
Seal!
Will this help?
More for the
This one's all mine.
Healing circle!
Okay, here I go.
There! House this!
Okay, here I go.
Here's the healing the dark! First aid!
Glacial Spear.
Not today.
Freeze
Can't
Lancer!
get out of this! Shattering the pieces! Attack! Resonate with the earth! Crush! Swallow blade! Swallow blade! I'll smash
Vamos.
Elusive deity!
Burning!
Glacial
Spear! Dance in the wind!
Leave the charge to me. Far enough.
More for the stockpile! I'll heal you all! Charge!
Muy importante que esto se viva.
Honest.
This
Can you
one's
take
mine!
it?
Freeze Lancer! This one's mine!
Force of
Dance in
regeneration!
the wind! Air Brilliance!
They must
Do
be
it!
tired of healing.
Here I come! Astral energy!
Say no more.
Does it hurt?
Not in your dreams! Mega Ray! Raging!
Grind you into
Eat
dust!
dirt.
Mega Ray!
Elusive deity!
Flames will roar!
Hitting pile driver!
Es duro, ¿eh?
Raging
It's in your hands now.
Stay away from my friend.
I've healed myself.
The waters of the
Force of regeneration!
In here! Freeze Lancer! More for the stockpile! It's about
Watch
to
yourself.
strike!
I sense incredible
Keep
power.
sharp, everyone.
Here's evil! Freeze Lancer!
Joder, lo mejor que se la ha vuelto a cargar.
My pride is my downfall.
You.
Ready to go!
No sacar las flechas, cabrón.
Rolling Banshee of Lightning! Divide State one more time!
Try harder.
Here! Air Thrust! Photon Blast! Here! Malevolent Magic is there! Seal! Here! Another ammo! Watch and sweep!
Rising Wyvern.
Elusive deity!
Take care of it! If it's in the sky, it's
Forgive
mine!
me. This is my
I
fault.
never miss!
Is that a healing
In a
art?
bind?
It is. I can't ignore your pain.
I'll try to be more careful.
I'll bring you back from death!
Ignite!
Perdón, se me ha caqueado.
Hear my call! Spread! Glacial Spear! Pierce evil! Leave the charges to me! One at a time!
We've got him on the run.
Don't get cocky!
Right. Still anyone's fight.
That
Such
move!
unadulterated fury.
Here comes the big one!
All day! Arch shield!
Mirage!
Confiscated! Photon strike! Here! Sleep now!
Anything in armor is all mine. Armor won't save you.
Raging Cascade! Let the marksman handle this! Spread! I can do this all day! Lunar Corruption! Lunar Blast! Back into the fray!
Burn!
Spread! Annihilation! Between heaven and earth! Reload! A wailing here's a healing lightning!
Rising Wyvern!
Between heaven and earth! A wailing banshee of lightning! Watch and sleep!
In a bind?
Sleep now! Get out
Leave
of
us
here together! Lunar Corruption!
Radiant light. Arrest force of regeneration.
Hey, one at a time!
Regenerate.
Raging Storm! Huh. Go
Mirage!
get him!
Do it.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Guau. Ha sido duro, me ha gustado. Hechicero oscuro.
My astral arts are coming along quite nicely.
Coming along? What do you want to do with that?
Ya tenemos otra misión secundaria hecha.
Oh, you know. Sprout flowers from the tip of my staff.
Vamos a
Suspended in
cobrarla.
midair. Hmm?
Yeah.
Venga, danos la pasta. Que necesitamos pasta. Pistolera explosiva. Munición especial más. No hace falta hablar nada más. Claro. Por lo que podamos ir subiendo. Bueno, aunque sea de 1 en 1. Y este es el que tengo más adelantado. Vale.
Well, if it ain't the Blazing Sword and his merry crew.
Mahavar? I can't believe you're still alive.
Course I am. If you landlubbers can make it out of that sinking ship alive, ain't no reason an old sea dog like me wouldn't too.
Yeah, but that wave hit hard. I'm glad to see you're okay. Sorry we put you in so much danger back there.
All water under the bridge at this point. You helped make one of my life's dreams come true. The ship, on the other hand, she took a bit of a beating, though, I'll admit.
Really? What happened to it? It looks fine to me on the outside.
She's fine now, but she was in rough shape when I made it back here. Engine chamber gave up the ghost. Without a lot of options, I decided to talk to the head honcho of the Dark Wings and see if he could help at all. And wouldn't you know it, Crazy Fool sent over Renin engineers to help. Can you believe it?
Renin?
Yep. Said they came from Menancia. They were real professionals. Did what they needed to and didn't give me guff or anything. I was damn near floored.
So they did the work themselves. Good on them.
Well, they did a bang-up job, because she's better than ever now. Speaking of which, I take it she's why you're here?
Yes. We need to get out on the ocean, and fast. When can we set sail?
Give the man a minute to think it over, Alphen. He hasn't even said yes yet.
It's all right, little lady. I'm a man of the sea. I'll gladly help. Hop aboard, folks.
Vale. Otra vez al barco. Mira. Y va más rápido que antes. Qué bien. Se lo han arreglado, ¿verdad, no? ¿Y esto qué es?
This thing already looked plenty huge from afar. Seeing it up close makes it really hit home.
I didn't expect the journey to go so smoothly. I figured the Renans would send something to sink us.
Maybe they didn't think we had the nerve to come.
Somehow I kinda doubt that.
It's entirely possible they don't see us as a threat.
What do you mean?
That they think they're beyond our reach. Still, this structure is quite the unusual sight. Truth be told, never
Buenas
seen
tardes,
anything
DJ
like
Capi,
it.
¿qué tal?
You're
Muy
right.
buenas.
It doesn't look like the buildings on Lenegis at all. Or like any Renan structure for that matter.
It's weird. It doesn't feel like the kind of thing that has people inside either. Yeah, it's definitely something creepy.
Dime,
What the hell
DJ,
is it
¿qué
even
tal?
made of?
Buenas tardes.
I don't know. It's not mechanical or biological, but it's definitely alive in some way.
Ay.
Shion?
I'm okay.
Hola.
It's nothing.
Coralita, ¿cómo estás? Buenas tardes, gracias
What do we do now?
por pasarte.
We have to stop this thing from siphoning off all of Dana's astral energy. That means finding the core and smashing it to bits.
Okay, but look at the size of it. I don't know if we'll find the core just wandering around.
Good point. Can anyone get a read on the astral energy around us? Any kind of a sign?
There's a rather enormous flow of energy moving directly upwards. If we wish to follow it, we'll have to do some climbing.
Ay.
Rinwell?
Over there?
Hey, what's up with you?
Huh?
You okay? What happened?
I'm not sure. When I was reaching out to the astral energy, I thought I heard a voice.
A voice?
Yeah. I couldn't make out any words, but it sounded like it wanted me to come to it.
This seems like a trap, right?
It's not a trap.
How can you tell?
Listen, I don't know why, but when it spoke to me, I knew it wasn't hostile.
What do you think?
It could well be a trap. However, it's also our only real option short of wandering aimlessly about.
Let's trust Rinwell on this.
You sure?
Yeah.
It beats the alternative, I guess. What did I say? Sheesh, it's like walking on eggshells around here.
Sometimes you have to choose your words more carefully, Law.
Huh? Oh, right.
Vaga compenetrada. Vale, o sea que tenemos un montón de tableros para todo el mundo. Y bueno, algunos tengo bastantes completados, pero no todos. Este es el que más, pero me falta todo esto. Bueno, no
It's
pasa nada.
noisy in here, isn't it?
Things should calm down a little once we're through with this place.
Optimistic as always.
Parece como un tejido vivo, ¿no? Esto ya tiene pinta de extraterrestre total. Estos no son ni de aquí. Estos son de... Ulo. La aguja.
I see. See that the interior of the wedge is every bit as strange and unusual as the exterior. Intriguing.
If I didn't see it come from Lenegis, I wouldn't believe it was Renan. Just what's with this place?
Yeah, it's all twisty and lumpy.
Mira qué
Whatever
bichitos
it's all
más
for,
monos.
I'm stoned.
Qué graciosos. 38, 39. Cuidado.
But we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Now you see what I can do.
Stay calm.
I shall provide assistance.
It's like trying to keep up with a
What
wolf.
I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
Annihilation. Here goes.
Espero que estos me den más experiencia.
Now, astral energy.
Say no more.
Vamos a darle caña ahí. Pues de puta.
Swallow blade.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Swallow blade. A new melody.
Divine savior.
¿Qué es eso?
This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
Amuleto antimaldición. Vale.
Guess I misread the landing.
¿Qué es esto? Vale, hemos entrado por aquí. Podemos ir por aquí, no sé. No veremos. ¿Qué es esto? Oh, qué cosa más rara. Vale, vamos a investigar por aquí, no sé. Nivel 38, vale, está bien.
Opponent like this should be easy. This one's all mine. Lion Coyote. Burn in hell. I shall ensure you survive this.
Anything in
Whatever
armor
you
is
do,
all
just
mine.
stay
In a
away from
bind,
the force.
I can carve through armor. The enemy wields ours too.
We'll soon see about that.
Double leap. In an instant. Impact block.
Va, menudo palizón.
There's more where that came from.
¿Esto qué son? ¿Plantitas?
Hi, Hoodle.
You're mine.
It's
Swallow
all
blade.
Mega Ray. Annihilation. Mega Ray.
This one's gonna be tough.
Mega Ray.
Slash. Mirage.
Purge Malevolence.
An astral art?
That's my cue.
This one's all. Shut him down.
Not so fun now.
You
Fight
picked the
better
wrong
at a
device.
distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Perfecto.
That's what I like to hear.
Bueno. Soberano.
This is all
Papel.
Dana's astral energy.
Are you saying the Renans are funneling it through here to send to Lenegis?
Sure looks like it. We have to put a stop to it. Quickly.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Mirage!
Reload!
Far enough! I'll smash you!
Annihilate!
Shield from calamity.
Annihilate!
Here I come!
You require
Swallow blade!
In a bind?
You're mine! Swallow blade! Slash!
Celestial, this one's mine! Razor, hope this works!
You picked the wrong
Do
fight!
it!
Shield!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes.
Toma, este es nuevo,
Wow, look what I just found.
Coge como energía, no sé. Es muy raro. Pero bueno, que si viene un boss.
Come one, come all! Mirage! Swallow blade! Try this!
Shield from
Infernal
calamity.
turret! Thanks! Swallow blade!
Blind freaks! Why can't they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Armor is all mine.
What would I do without
Armor
this?
won't fit.
We've turned the tables on it.
There are still more left!
Right. No time to hold back.
Do it!
All yours, Kisara. Resonate with the earth. Stalagmite. Glacier
Venga, vamos. Pues está interesante porque resulta que hemos matado a los cinco jefes, digamos, por decirlo de alguna manera. Y resulta que
This seems strange. Like it should be
Esto
among
es
creatures you'd
otro
find in a
rollo.
forest.
Cut it out. I don't need to hear that.
No me puedo tirar por aquí.
It's gotta be
Me tiro.
man-made, right?
Were it so, it would not be any easier to predict. Remain vigilant.
Vale.
Gotta break through! Lights on! I owe you one!
You require
Ya.
No further.
This one's mine!
Take this!
Denied. Captivity.
Here, the flame of fury!
Bueno, Daniel.
Demons descend. Flashing fang.
The flames will roar!
My turn.
Lunar corruption!
I'm not
Now,
lost.
Shield
lunar
from
blast!
calamity. I can carve through armor.
Get on in there with the others!
Barrier!
Up and at 'em, let's go! Here's
La nave para la nave. Van Piccolo.
Lancer!
Piccolo, Piccolo.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Do it! Dohalim!
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis!
Madre mía, para hacer todo esto tiene que ser un juego totalmente
You're quite
perfecto.
the
Porque
gunslinger.
la cantidad de combos y de cosas que hay
I've got your back.
en un combate normal y corriente es brutal, la verdad.
Come and face me!
Fires of passion!
Yo ya he visto el final de Jock.
Here!
You're mine! Swallow blade! Slash!
Radiant ball here!
Mirage!
Shield from calamity.
Swallow blade!
Va de una especie alienígena.
Airborne
¿A que sí?
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Blade!
¿A que no voy muy equivocado?
Swallow blade!
DJ, muy buenas. Sigues ahí, eso me gusta.
No further.
Lo que pasa es que los combates llega un momento de ser un pelín pesados.
Not today!
I'm ready! Those are impressive skills.
They took a lifetime to master.
Then I'll have to keep training.
Vale. Así que aquí hay un monstruito. Bueno, no sé qué nivel será el monstruito, pero... Bueno, podremos ir mejorando cosas. Yo tengo bastante tablero adelantado, Daniel. No sé si me dará mucha guerra o no me dará mucha guerra. Yo lo que sé es que no sé qué quieres que te diga. Hay 2 entradas, 3 entradas. Venga, vamos a empezar por aquí. Si veo que el mapa por aquí es muy grande, iremos investigando por ahí. Nada. Gel de piña. Piña, 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 piña. Venga, monstruito, venid aquí. ¡Vais a morir!
This one will be difficult to predict.
Hijo de puta, tío, como revienta.
Leave the agile ones to me.
We got flyers.
Here, I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
Not today. All yours. No escape. Totally. In an instant. Impact block. We work well together.
Toma.
Finally timed it.
A wailing banshee of lightning.
Resonate with the earth.
Damn it. Too fast.
10 pack.
Estos son rápidos, que eso es grande.
Anything in order is all mine.
Totally. In an instant.
Me recuerdan a los Pégimos. A los Pégimos no, a los
So I still have
Cerrios.
room to grow.
Los Cerrios. De Final Fantasy, tío. O sea, me hacen subir aquí para una lechuga. Vale.
Guess I misread the landing.
Energía de la energía de astral. Van a morir todos. Por tu alquimia de ¿y esto cómo es? ¿Cómo es esto, tío? Tío, ¿cómo es esto? ¿Qué niña de bichos por aquí? ¿Qué niña de bichos? Venga. 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 Vamos a ver que estos calentitos.
You picked the wrong fight.
All yours, Kisara.
Toma. Y encima que si enganchan los dos, les quita vida a los dos. O sea, hay que intentar hacerlo. Ahora.
A merry distraction.
There's still more to go.
Resonate with the
Vale, fuera. Liquidado. Es largo el juego, Yo no me esperaba que fuera tan largo, pero bueno, va bien, hombre. Va bien, después nos quejamos que si los juegos son cortos, que si los juegos son largos. Está bien, hombre. Hostia, no tengo PC. ¿Por qué no me avisáis? Me están vacilando, ¿no? Gel de piña, piña, piña. Todo tengo... Tengo por poco,
Don't mind if I do.
Water, anything in order is all mine.
leave the ensnaring to me.
Mierda. Venga, a ver si podemos terminar esta tarde. No lo veo. A ver si podemos meterle caña.
This one's got your name on it.
Ashes to ashes. A merry distraction.
There's still more to go. A wailing banshee of lightning. I never miss.
Resonate with the
Here I
earth.
come. Swallow blade. It's over.
Y a ver si podemos conseguir cosas para poder comprar armas más poderosas. Venga, vete allá a tomar por culo, Gansino. Venga, ¡bumba! Este sí que está guapo, ¿ves? Ese sí está guapo.
I can become even stronger.
Hay que subir nivel. Si nos hacen luchar tanto... ¿O no? Si nos hacen luchar tanto... Anillo de
This
vida.
might be some decent equipment.
Calla. Nada. Nada.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
Que sí. No os preocupéis. Está controlado. Todo está a tope. Bueno, ¿esto qué es? ¿Una nave espacial o algo? No. Esto no puede ser normal.
Let's see what you've got. No further. Burn in hell. Armor won't save you.
Se va a comer aquí un palizón. En un momento, mira. Palizón. Llega un momento que yo no sé dónde estoy pegando. Yo aprieto botones, me acerco al rival
No sooner said than done.
y ya está.
Ready to go. Elusive deity. A new melody.
Here I come.
Se ha enfadado.
Illuminate the dark. Come forth.
You're mine. Mirage. Try this.
Este ataque sí que me gusta. Pero quita vida.
Do it.
Astral Energy. Astral Energy. Somos los mejores y yo. Y yo.
They've really got us on the
No podemos
ropes.
gastar más piña de esta, tío. Limón. Me voy a poner este. Está reventado.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
Espero que valga la pena. ¡Ay! Anillo de
That equipment should come in handy.
reanimación, perdón. Estaba pensando en renacimiento, ya ves. Oh. Hola. Yo estaba buscando aquí un de esto, ¿me entiendes? No encuentro. Elixir. Muchas cosas da este. ¡Tú! ¿Dónde vas? ¿Qué te crees? ¿Que me ibas a hackear de ti? Está Supreme. Pero porque siempre vienen a por mí. Venga, toma. Gilipollas. No te voy a leer, me voy a quedar sin vida, pero te voy a patear todos los jetes.
Prepare to be sealed, O fleet of foot. Actually, perhaps sound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing. The waters of creation
Shall not be forgotten. Power surges through me.
lunar corruption.
The fluidity of your movement.
Vamos, 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 vamos. No paréis, no paréis, no paréis, no paréis, no paréis. Vamos, que se te escapa. Buah, se me ha escapado, no. Yo creo que yo voy apretando aquí, que no se escape. Y pim, pim, pam, pim, 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 pam, pim, 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 pam.
A chain between heaven and earth.
Y que le den. Toma, chúpate esta. Y esto.
Ignite! I'll face you. Crescent flash.
¡Jale!
Flashing fang!
3200. Bueno, no está mal. Tendría que intentar de dormir más. Vale, tenemos que ir hacia
Well,
aquí.
looky here.
Aquí hay una puerta. Y ahí hay algo. Y aquí me cargo a estos. Cojo el botiquín este o lo que sea. Aquí le meto los dos. Coño, que me han dejado atormentado. Quita.
I've got this. Let him mark
All yours.
Se me tiran veneno, coño.
As impressive as always.
Strike me from behind.
I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Shion actually work stronger.
No puedo moverme.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
Tengo ganas del bicho. Dani dice que hay un bicho.
In an instant. Impact rock. We work well together.
Buah, casi nada de vida le he quitado, ¿no?
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful. With the blazing sword and with my friend.
Xian.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Hostia. Manda dinero. Seguramente que haya que hacer algo ahí, pero no sé. Voy a venir por ahí. ¿Esto qué es lo que es? ¿Qué es lo que es esto? Tiral 3. No entiendo nada, tío. No, esto es un puta Oh, no. Este otra vez no. Y eso tampoco. Examinar, vamos a examinar esta vez que la... Hostia, el portal que lleva a la entrada está activo, ¿ves? Ya sabía yo que había algo. Así que viene un jefe, ya me lo imaginaba. Ya tardaba yo mucho. Ya estábamos tardando mucho en no tener a nadie por aquí. Ni mucho bicho, nivel alto.
I shall ensure you survive this. It's over.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
The flames will roar again!
Mirage!
Captivity!
All in all, swallow blood.
A chain between heaven and earth!
Mirage!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
This could be useful.
Y seguro que está en ese portal.
We've sure climbed up a long way, haven't we?
Watch your step ahead. With no fencing in place, it would be quite hazardous to fall.
En serio, tanto hay que subir aquí para llegar al bicho. Joder, y venga pelea, Eso significa lo que ha dicho mi amigo Daniel, que va a haber matraca de la buena.
Where are you going? Not in your dreams! Now! Astral energy! Full throttle! Go!
Mira qué guapo, tío. ¡Guau! Está guapísimo.
Naturally!
Now you see what I can do!
A chain between heaven and earth! Oh, now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
¿Ves? Aquí los he pillado los dos y me los he cargado.
Well then,
Les he hecho
let's keep moving.
faca en toda la boca. Vale, aquí hay algo. Podemos subir por aquí o seguir. Vamos a seguir, ¿no? Sí. Qué pesados, tío, qué pesados.
Right, here we go. You're mine. Burn. Lionheart.
Denied!
Swallow blade. Slash. Try harder. You got fire.
I've got
No
this!
further.
Let a marksman
Come
handle
one,
it!
come all. All yours.
Yes.
A radiant sword!
Thanks. Swallow blade. Take it. Slash.
Leave the enemy's arts to me!
No complaints here!
Here I come. Eating flash.
In a bind!
Swallow blade.
Free blast! Dance in the wind!
Ah!
Ah, los han parado. Venga.
Really, really strong, Alvin.
I'm just trying to do the best I can.
Still, it's reassuring to have you around.
As impressive as always.
Here I hope there was improvement.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Where are you going? Not today!
Now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Fua. Se acabó la batalla.
I need to be stronger.
Chaleco
Looks like some solid
majestuoso.
equipment.
Chaleco majestuoso. Y bueno, como habéis podido ver en el canal, vamos a subir cuando terminemos este juego Final Fantasy IX. El primer Final Fantasy que jugué en PlayStation 1 y el primer Final Fantasy que jugué en mi vida. Un buen Final Fantasy, no es un mal Final. ¡Hostia! Espiral 3, nivel superior. Venga, vamos al lío, más pelea. Venga.
This will be a delicious piece of cake.
You picked the wrong fight!
Gemini Aqua! Harry, Flame of Fury! Burn out into
Thanks, I shall ensure you survive this. Swallow Blade! Blast! Swallow Blade!
Here's another purge,
Swallow
Malevolent!
Blade!
Blah, 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 magic!
In a bind?
Free transfer! Dance to the wind!
You're on!
In here!
Everlasting
I'll
anything in order is all mine! Resonate with the earth!
Shiny
Mirage!
Do it!
Take! Blow them away!
¡Pah! Estos también no veo cómo reparten,
I can feel my power growing!
¿Y eso quiénes son? Bueno. Cola sangrienta. A ver, vamos a mirar porque hace tiempo que no... La banda roja... Ataca. ¿Quiénes son, tío?
Dohalim's fighting style is... what's the word I'm looking for? Subdued? No...
Do you mean elegant, perhaps?
Yeah, that's the word. For better or worse, you can definitely tell he's cut from posh Renin cloth.
And he's not just skilled with the staff either. He can also use astral arts, including healing ones. I can see how he made it to the position of a lord.
You flatter me. But my fighting techniques merely come from a style that aims to conserve energy by minimizing body movement.
Is that why you wait until the last second before you dodge attacks? To avoid unnecessary movements?
No, I do that to sharpen my senses. I find that doing so is an effective means of drawing out my innermost strength.
Oh yeah, I've noticed you look stronger and strike out with your rod more after you dodge attacks. Guess that's why.
Still, it's a risk. Don't you ever worry you'll dodge at the wrong moment?
Then, it'll be just as well.
Huh?
It's nothing. Let us continue.
Vale. Antes de que vengan estos dos cerdos mazagotes, Hola. Mira, estaba buscando la salida porque no lo encuentro. ¿Son ciegos o no me ven? Uy, ¿dónde va con el mazo este?
Charge like that can easily be fatal. Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Vaya bicho, ¿no?
Take this!
No le hago nada a este, tío.
Negative gate! Shattering the pieces! Attack time! Stalagmite! Bathed in blood! Blade! Mirage! Swallow blade! Can you take it?
Leave the charges to me.
Far enough! This one's all mine! Ignite! On Swallow blade! Swallow blade! Flash! Thanks! Here I come! Here I come!
Son duros, ¿eh?
Now or never! Can't get out of this! Take this!
Glacial spear.
Pierce evil! Through armor!
Illuminate the dark! Freeze laser!
Everlasting darkness! Negative gate! Scream, bathed in blood! Rending you a bloody howling! Another incantation ruined!
Madre mía.
Burn! Can you take it? Okay, here I go!
Espero que me den algo que valga la pena, porque si no...
Magic is
¿Dónde está mi muñeco?
Let it rip! You require a hand. Try this! Infernal current! No further! Take this! Everlasting darkness! Negative effect! Why'd you kill me?
To stop me dying?
I'm ready!
Dopaline!
Light burst forth!
Radiant finishing! You don't mess around. I'll heal you all.
Certainly
Now, lost! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Ole, ole,
You
y
sure
ole.
you still want to press forward? If something happened to you,
Vamos, versión. Tú tienes que curarte. Bueno, nos están empezando a quitar vida. Cuidado.
Hey, new equipment!
Ay, que me duele el culo de estar sentado, señores. Vamos a ver. A ver qué pasa. A ver qué es lo que pasa. En serio, no termina nunca esto. Espiral 4, ¿cuántos pisos hay? ¡Hala! Venga, más bichos. Vamos.
Out of our way!
You're mine! Swallow blade! Swallow blade!
Flame of fury!
Swallow blade!
Water, hear my call! Red!
Here I go!
Hear me! Flame of fury!
Flash!
Burning
Far enough!
glacial spear.
Pierce evil!
Swallow blade! Begin!
Heal!
You're on! Bathed in blood! Flash!
The enemy wields arms too.
We'll soon see about that. You'll need firearms here in Dana.
A ver si me los cargo a todos.
Say no more.
¡Bah!
Hold up. Is this as valuable
Menuda
as I think it
folladita.
is?
Folladita. Bueno. ¿Pero cuánto hay que subir aquí? Hay que subir toda la vida aquí, a ver. Más bichos. Hola. Me he escaqueado, me he escaqueado. Me he escaqueado. Oh, no. ¿Cuánto hay que subir aquí? Un montón. Oh, no. Que sube, que viene. Ya me he liado.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Confiscated. Annihilation. Listen. Wind Astro.
A wall to shield from calamity.
Oh, me están poniendo, pero...
Swallow blade. Now I can let loose. Not today.
Regenerate.
Now I can let loose.
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to
In
stop.
the sky is
I'm
mine.
not done.
Get on in there together.
On your
I Blazer Spear.
Swallow blade.
Florida.
Freeze Blazer. Let's get you up.
Elusive deity.
Here I come.
I'll take you. A new melody.
By the power of water. Thunder field. Hear me. Turn the malevolent. Burning. Arctic waterfall. Freeze Blazer. Hands in the wind. No more playing nice.
Uy, uy, que se ha cabreado.
Take this. I'll smash you. Faith and blood. Rending you apart. Bloody hell.
Here I go. Swallow blade.
Now it's time to finish
Oh.
this. Die. Consuming wildfire. Here I go. It's over. Hold on to your arm.
Take
Bueno,
this.
no se acaba con nada, pero...
Confiscated. A chain between heaven and earth.
Resonate with the earth.
Like a wailing gem.
This isn't ideal.
Here. Get up in there with together. Here's
A mi novia.
Leave the charges to me.
Take this.
I'm ready.
Slice. Can you take
Está
it?
dando para el pelo, eh.
You're mine.
Better.
Mirage.
Think again.
Take this. It's
Here,
over.
let me help.
This one's all mine.
Ready.
Not today.
All right. Ready and ready.
I can carve through armor. Force of regeneration. Regenerate.
Go. I'm only getting started.
I owe you one.
Mega Ray.
Elusive deity.
I have no limits.
Arctic waterfall.
You're mine. Slash. Swallow blade.
Healing circle.
No escape.
Charge malevolent.
Swallow blade.
Madre mía.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
Now or never. Take this. I'm ready.
Raging
Kisara. Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone.
Dance in the wind. Lunar correction.
It's on.
Lunar blast.
Burn.
Raging arch field.
Swallow blade.
Don't mind if I do.
Elusive deity.
By the Chinese supernova. Purge malevolent.
Resonate a thrilling performance.
Lost.
Demons descend. Flashing fang.
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Pues estos ya podrían dar más experiencia, la verdad. Esto debe ser la planta número 16, 17, ¿no? Por lo menos. Vale. Esta puerta es distinta. Vamos a darle. Supongo que detrás de este bicho, esta puerta está el bicho, así que vamos a ver.
Here?
It's here?
Yes. All the energy flowing through the wedge comes together and collects here.
Is that thing a Zoogle? Holy crap, it's huge!
A central core and a guardian?
Once we beat that thing, it'll stop the wedge from taking in any more astral energy, right?
It seems we're in for a fight regardless.
Here it comes.
Stay sharp, everyone.
Vale.
Is there no end to what the Renans can cook up?
I don't know if that's machine or what, but I do know it's pissing me off!
Watch yourself. There is no knowing what it is capable of.
Any other wisdom you want to pass along? Let me see what I can
I'm
do!
only getting started.
Here I come.
Annihilation!
Swallow blade.
Va a tener 65 y tampoco lo tiene
Holy
mucho.
Blizzard! Holy Land! Here's the evil! Freeze Lancer! Radiant
Inside me, yours to be let free. Not today. Try harder. Ripping you apart.
In a bind?
Divine Savior!
Mirage.
Eagle Ray!
Swallow blade.
Purge Malevolence!
Resonate with the
Vale, o sea, el bicho.
As impressive as always. No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Shion actually look flustered.
Pero el bicho ni lo hemos tocado todavía.
You apart! Bloody howling! Resonate with the earth!
Divine
Rising water. Mirage. Swallow blade.
Whirling Banshee of Lightning! Divine Savior!
Swallow blade.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Rending you
I can handle it here!
far enough!
Sighted! You're mine!
More Zoogles?
Keep calm and take them down.
Ahora bicho.
I'm out of ammo! I'm all stuck down between heaven and earth!
Swallow blade.
Banshee of Lightning! Hear me! Flame of Fury!
In a bind?
Inside me, yours to be let free.
Glacial Spear! Pierce the evil!
Astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down. Swallow blade.
Holy Blizzard!
Take this. Swallow blade.
Radiant Blood!
Mirage. Try harder. Swallow blade. Swallow blade.
Heaven and earth! Where are you going? Don't mind if I do!
Rising water.
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmites!
Shining
blade.
Supernova! Purge
You're
Malevolence!
mine.
Ready to go!
Waterfall!
We're far enough!
Mega Ray!
Swallow blade.
Annihilation!
Eat this.
Mega Ray!
Shine!
Swallow blade.
Radiant light!
Try this.
Force of
Infernal
regeneration!
turret.
Anything in armor is all mine!
Not so smug now!
You can fight better at a distance. It is.
Further away, the
I
better.
can't ignore your
You and I
pain.
both.
Now try to be more careful.
Air pressure!
Mirage. Swallow blade.
No further!
Radiant Pierce! Sighted! I'm only getting started!
Eagle Ray!
Tampoco es tanto.
Rending you apart! Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite!
Swallow blade.
Far enough!
Who's next? Amazing! Not long to go now.
We couldn't have done it without you, Doreen.
Thanks. Come on. Let's see when we get in there and finish this fight. Freeze Lancer! Photon, illuminate the dark! Holy Land! Radiant! Chain between heaven and earth! Glacial Spear! A wailing banshee of lightning!
Won't save you!
Freeze Lancer! Do it! Astral Energy!
Say no more.
Hombre, si es por la regla de 3 de este... Pero, ¿qué pasa?
What the hell is going on?
Rinwell! It's too dangerous! Stay back!
What's going on here?
Rinwell, you okay?
Hey, are you crying?
I'm not the only one.
I heard it. Whatever it was, I heard it.
As did I. I'm not sure I'd call it a voice, but it was there.
What in the world just happened?
That was Dana's astral energy we just encountered. And I think what we heard might have been its voice?
You're saying astral energy has a mind of its own?
I haven't the slightest idea. But do you remember what happened when we fought Balsef back in Calaglia?
You mean when that fire monster came out of the spirit vessel?
Exactly. There was such a huge overflow of astral energy, it caused a monster to spawn and take physical form. Maybe the same thing happened here, just with way more astral energy and a bigger monster.
Does that mean if you gather enough astral energy, it can become sentient or take a physical form?
That's what I'm guessing, but it's just speculation. Master cores are able to hold a lot more energy than a spirit vessel, but we still haven't seen anything like that happen in our dealings with them.
That being said, there may be a mechanism of sorts inside Master Cores and spirit vessels that prevent such reactions.
That fire monster. I remember how it only appeared after Balsef's spirit vessel broke.
Then the reason Rinwell was able to sense all that astral energy earlier must have been because it was too much for that Zoogle to contain by itself.
So, then where do you think the Zoogle went? All that energy and poof, it's gone. The Zoogle with it. Doesn't that sound weird to anyone?
Indeed it does. However, in order for us to move our hypothesis forward, we will need to gather more evidence first. On that note, how are you holding up, Rinwell?
I just can't work out why. Why the voice reached out to me first.
Rinwell?
I can't help but wonder if it's because of my heritage that I was the one to hear it. Sorry. That's a strange thing to think, isn't it? Anyway, we should get going, right? We need to make sure the energy flow has actually stopped.
Yo ahora sí que me he quedado flipado. Fin de la invasión. Nuevo trofeo.
Are we gonna have to take this winding path all the way back down, too?
Yeah, but if anything, it should be easier than the climb up.
Really? Well then.
Actually, I've heard it's easier to develop muscle aches when going down.
Seriously?
No. Hay que volver. Qué bien. Vaya. Me han pillado.
Coming through. Take this. Lion Heart.
Let me help!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Shield from calamity. Swallow blade. Barrier. Swallow blade. It's time.
You got company!
Can't get out of this.
Photon raging cascade! I'm ready! Gemini opera!
You're mine.
A chain between heaven and earth!
Burn
A
it down.
wailing banshee of lightning! Water, hear my call!
I need something.
You need to be healed, as
The
always.
mighty have fallen.
Here I hope that was improved.
Now!
No, I mean you're even better than ever.
I've never seen...
Vale.
Seems about right to me.
Chan to me, chan to me, chan to me. No sé, algo muy raro. Eso parece como alienígena o algo, tío. No sé. Y tengo que volver a matar a estos pesados, tío. Vaya por Dios.
No choice. Grant me the strength to march on. I can carve through armor. Lion Heart. I owe you one. Swallow blade.
This one's mine!
Macho, vaya paliza me han dado en un momento.
Okay, here I go. Slash.
Raging
Swallow
storm!
blade.
Lunar corruption!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Astral lightning condensed!
Seismic
Thunder
eruption.
blade! Illuminate the world!
You're mine.
Come forth, holy
On
glimmer!
your
Holy
mark.
land! Another
Thrilling performance.
Swallow blade.
Venga, vamos, chicos.
lightning! Wind astral
Now another.
energy!
Swallow blade.
Hear my call!
In a bind. Slash. On your knees.
Raging cascade! Pierce evil!
Swallow blade.
Inferno!
Resonate with the earth. Stalagmite. The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
I was raging storm!
I can carve through armor. Swallow blade. Okay, here I go.
Pierce evil!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Ah, right.
Resonate with the earth. Now it's my turn.
Yeah.
Swallow blade. Negative gate.
This one's mine!
Slash. Swallow blade.
Hear my call!
I'll blind you with the dust. Ignite.
Illumination!
Swallow blade.
In a bind?
Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
Swallow Blade!
Failure, not an option!
Mirage!
Shattering of
Thunder Field!
Son duros de cojones, tío.
Slash! Far enough! Power surges through. Swallow
Spirit Flare! Astral Energy! Back into the fray! Now!
Chill!
A ver si los pillamos los dos y los reviento.
Consider yourself finished.
Lightning Control!
Mirage! Take Neptune! Swallow Blade! Dance in the wind! Swallow Blade!
Holy Land!
It's over!
Chain the Kitara! Frozen!
Hammer!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
No.
I won't forgive you!
Mirage! Swallow Blade!
I shall ensure you survive
The
this.
flame inside me yearns to be let free! Swallow Blade! Barrier! Rising Wyvern!
I never miss!
Flash! Swallow Blade! Damn it! It's too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Fall into the
Now you see what I can do.
Take it! You're
Mirage!
Nothing gets by me!
On your
Searing
knees.
Flame! Reload!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
Denied! Do it! Astral Energy!
Say no more!
Buah. 5000 de vida.
With this, I can become even stronger. Hey, look at that enemy. It's shining.
Vaya, vaya.
Let's see what you've got.
Swallow Blade! Swallow Blade! Slash! Try this!
Reload! Fall into the
Take this!
birthday!
Swallow Blade! Swallow Blade! Slash! No further! Swallow Blade! I'll take you all off!
The shield from calamity.
Barrier! Mirage! My pit's on! Mirage! Not today!
Burning Strike!
Death from the wind.
Hear my
Wow, look what I just found.
Somos nivel 40, sin darnos cuenta, lo tonto, nivel 40, Nivel 40 y... Espiral 1.
It looks like that beam of light has stopped.
Then is it safe to say we've avoided oblivion for the time being?
Hola, Optimus.
I can still
¿Qué
sense a
tal?
faint
Buenas
glimmer of
tardes,
energy,
Rey. ¿Cómo
though.
estás?
It hasn't completely dispersed.
You can tell? Rinwell, your senses seem a lot sharper than before, don't they?
And you said you heard that voice, right?
I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I don't feel bad, though.
If trace amounts, however small, do remain, then it leaves us no choice. We must destroy the entire structure.
What do you suggest? We bring it down piece by piece?
Once that's done, what do we do then?
Sí.
We go to Lenegus. Even if we could destroy the whole wedge like he suggested, it'd only buy us time. The fact they sent this thing down tells me they're not giving up this planet without a fight.
There's also the matter of the Renis Alma. Its circumstances still have yet to be truly resolved.
But how do we even get to Lenegus?
What if we hotwire one of their starships? There's gotta be one on the planet somewhere, right?
Starships are only seen on Dana at the start and end of the Crown Contest. Otherwise, they remain on Lenegus. Believe it or not, we Renans down here aren't quite as free to come and go as one might think.
Great. Well, I'm out of ideas then. We definitely don't have the tech to build a starship. And even if we found a Renan who'd help, who knows how long that'd take?
Yeah. Waiting for a starship to come down from Lenegus would probably be quicker than that.
Wait. Alphen, when you came down from Lenegus, it had to have been in a starship of your own, right?
Right. Oh, of course.
You can't be serious. That was 300 years ago. There's no way it's still gonna work.
But Alphen didn't wake up until a few years ago. That means it had to have still been functioning that whole time to keep his body preserved.
Indeed. You wouldn't happen to remember where you landed, would you?
My memories around where I parked are
Molt
still
bé.
a little hazy, but I do know that I woke up in Calaglia, so chances are it's still in the area. At least it's a place to start. Luckily, that realm's my old stomping ground, so I should be able to get us some help finding her.
This is it.
Yeah, as long as Lenegus stands there, there's no
Bueno.
avoiding it.
So what's this help in Calaglia you're planning to enlist?
My buddy Nath.
Vale, antes de hablar con el nota este, con todo lo que hemos entrenado, seguramente podemos subir algo. Como ronca la perra.
If anyone there knows something. I figure it's him. But first, we need to catch a boat and get...
No sé. Hay algo que no me cuadra.
Our first port of call is Ulzebek.
Back where you first started out.
Yeah, along with my dad.
You okay? You don't look so good.
I think I'm just a little seasick, that's all.
Liar.
Huh?
You heard me. You've never been good at hiding your emotions, Shion.
Excuse me? Just what do you... No. You're right. I'm sorry.
Optimus, get my code.
Is it about Alfred?
Ay.
No, not just him.
Something you can't talk about?
Rinwell, I'm not like the rest of you.
Of course you are! No, I'm serious. Back when we first met, I think maybe then I did think we were different. But now I know that isn't true. You and I are the same, Shion. We're alike in more ways than you know.
What did you know? What did you
If
know?
any of us is different, it's me.
Pueden hacerlos en español los
I'm a
juegos,
Danon
¿no?
who
Tienen
can
que
use
hacerlo en
magic.
castellano.
I may
Sí,
be the
pesado, que haya
last.
entrevista, que te calles ya.
My family and I have been living in
viejo.
hiding as long as I can remember.
Remember. Oh,
Everyone has
remember.
their own pain
La otra,
that can be
venga,
hard
menudo
for
trío
other
hay
people
aquí.
to understand. I saw the two of you talking and thought you could use a third wheel. So, here I am. Sorry.
If anyone's the odd one out here, it's me. Believe me, you don't want to listen to my problems.
Want me to go?
I didn't say that.
I get that you must have a lot circling around that head of yours. And that's okay. Whatever's worrying you right now, you're allowed to worry about it. And you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I know I'm not a Renin like you, or a mage like Rinwell.
I'm not a sovereign, maiden, or lord. I'm just a Danon who used to be a slave.
But regardless of all that, I'm here for you, Shion.
That goes for me too. We all want to be there for you. Me and Hoodle and even the boys. I promise. I mean, that is what friends are supposed to do, right?
I said this to Alphen, and now I'll say it to you. You're not alone in this.
Thank you. Rinwell. Kisara.
And right on cue, I think I should make my way back and lie down for a bit. My battle with this ship continues.
Yeah, I better head back too.
Muy buenas,
Who wouldn't
chicos y
want the guys
chicas.
thinking
Estaba
they're in
meando.
charge?
Me pillé una cervecita.
Can you imagine Law at the
Un poco de
helm?
papel.
Who knows what kind of trouble we'd get
Unas
into?
poquillas. Y me voy a hacer un piti. ¿Qué os parece? ¿Qué han dicho? Que vamos a hacer un trío. Pues marranas. Que cuando termine esto se van a hacer un trío.
Still.
Madre mía, menudas tres.
If that's true, then it's all the more reason I have to do this.
Vale, mi niña, y estás decidida a salir del armario. No pasa nada si eres hoy bolleras. Lo entendemos. ¿Qué quieres? Pesado. No vienes nunca y ahora va a venir a darme la tarde.
I think it's safe to rest here now.
Vale, estamos aquí. Y ahora tenemos que ir al principio del juego. O sea, para habernos matado. Vale, vamos a ver. Vamos a ver. Tenemos que ir a Uzoblek. Pero, ya que estamos aquí, ¿vale? Si me deja. Si me deja. Me cago en tu puta nación que ahora... No me sale. Si me deja, haremos la misión secundaria que llevamos desde el principio del juego. Que quiero hacer un monstruito chungo, ¿vale? Pero me lo voy a cargar. Sí, me lo voy a cargar. Óptimo Kamako, ¿qué quieres? Venga, a ver, cuéntamelo. Vale, vamos a continuar. Vamos a ver. Un cigarrito, una cervecita y un poco... Uy, que se me ha ido la olla ahora. Madre mía. Y un poco de... Aquí tenemos una misión secundaria. Aquí tenemos 2. Aquí tenemos otra. Nos están saliendo un montón de misiones secundarias. Vamos a venir aquí. Vamos a venir aquí.
We've reached our destination.
¿Y por qué he venido aquí? Ahora lo explicaré. Hay un bicho desde el principio del juego que es una misión. Ya ves tú, nivel 7. No hará falta ni bajarse del autobús.
Right, here goes!
Let the marksman handle this. Sharpness.
Okay, here we go.
Venga, todos muertos. Vale,
Over so soon?
ahí lo tenéis. Este bicho
Think we...
lleva tiempo dándome por el culo y se las tengo juradas. ¿Vale? Se la tengo juradita. Vale, así que vamos a darle por el culo.
No way.
Nivel 43, me lo cargo. Ah.
Don't get careless.
Don't tell me!
As if the normal creepy crawlies
Another
aren't
incantation ruined.
Go for the weak point.
I'll smash you!
Raging cascade.
Take this!
You're on.
Eat
A
this!
wailing fancy of lightning.
Slash! Swallow blade!
Divide. Dance in the
Swallow
wind.
blade!
In here.
Slash! Swallow
This
blade!
will be handy.
Try harder! Swallow blade! Slash!
Illuminate the dark.
In a bind?
Holy quiver.
Swallow blade! Swallow blade! Slash!
Too much to
Swallow
handle.
blade!
Captivity. Came between heaven and
Swallow
earth.
blade!
A wailing banshee of lightning.
Swallow blade!
In here.
Slash!
Anything in armor is all mine. Now you see what I can do.
Came between heaven and earth. Annihilation. A wailing banshee of lightning.
Charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get
It's
behind
in
me.
the sky. It's mine.
I'll leave it to you. You picked the wrong fight.
Banana, let's go. Where are you going? Pick? Hold on to your art. Here's mine. It looks like you got this one covered.
Allow me to help. Slash!
Shiny super Alpha.
Swallow blade! Try harder!
Allow me to
help. Not a chance! Swallow blade!
In a bind?
Freeze Lancer. Low.
Ahora quedan 100.000 de vida.
You're on! Swallow blade! Slash! Swallow blade! Power surges through me. Rotating pile driver!
Se reparte duro, ¿eh?
Burn! Catapult! You're on! Swallow blade! Slash! Slash! Swallow blade! Swallow blade!
Wait for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah.
Hold
You
nothing
too.
back!
Now.
Chill!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Resonate
with the earth.
This one's mine. I never miss. A wailing banshee of lightning. The enemy is going all out.
Resonate with the earth!
In here.
More sequels?
Keep calm and take them down.
Swallow blade! It's on!
Not on my watch.
Eat this!
Arcade waterfall.
I'll smash you!
Freeze Lancer. One more time.
Take it right!
There you go. Don't let up.
Slash!
I'll be
Swallow
saving
blade!
this one. Lunar corruption.
Captivity! Front!
Crossblade.
Swallow
Here's a
blade!
healing art. First aid.
Swallow blade! I'll face you!
Lunar corruption.
Swallow blade!
Lunar blast. I'm on the hard
Swallow
blood.
blade!
Arcade waterfall. Freeze Lancer.
Now we're never... It's gonna attack! No
Watch out.
further! Is this what real pain feels
Mierda, me ha
like?
matado.
Forgive me. This is my fault.
Raging Cascade! Bring you back from death's abyss! Bring you back from death's abyss! Raging Cascade!
No dawn shall break this night.
Raging Storm!
I owe you one. Demon Lash!
Ready!
Mirage!
Don't mind if I do! Watch it!
Captivity! Swallow Blade! I'll blind you with the shot!
Raging Cascade! Here!
Flash!
I'll fix you up!
Flash! Swallow Blade!
Seal!
The flame inside me yearns to be let
I'm
free!
almost in touch!
Our praise is coming from you.
I said
Can't
almost.
get out of
Don't
this.
get carried away.
Swallow Blade!
Nothing gets
by
by
me! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Take that! Don't suffer in silence! Save you!
Illuminate the magic
Thanks.
sand! Holy land!
Swallow Blade! Try harder! Slash! Can you take it? Swallow Blade! How slash!
You're not playing around! Where are you going?
Try harder!
A chain between heaven and earth that moves!
Slash!
A well of
Here comes the big one!
healing circle!
I owe you one!
Mega ray ball cuts away!
Try this! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Got it!
Not today!
Now's our chance! Not on my watch! Glacial spear! Here's evil!
Swallow Blade!
Lightning orb! Raging cascade!
Swallow Blade! Swallow Blade!
Dance in
No
the wind!
further!
Air thrust! A chain between heaven and earth!
Swallow Blade!
Seal!
Negative
For the power of water!
Swallow Blade!
Radiant
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Toma. Con las veces que me han matado. Cabrón.
A hard-won victory.
Vamos a ver.
Ah, Calaglia. Feels like it's been ages.
And wasn't Zephyr with us too?
Dad.
Hey, chin up! This is your hometown!
Okay.
Yeah! What?
Right. Freight.
Vale,
Right,
dame,
yeah.
dame lo que quiero. Dame lo que quiero, que es mío. ¿Y este ya se ha decidido o no se ha decidido? ¿Este qué?
Well,
Mm-hmm.
Bueno, ya tenemos dos misiones secundarias que teníamos pendientes. Las hemos resuelto la más de bien. Vamos allá.
Just one thing after another, and it all falls on my head to...
Hey, Nath.
What? Can't you see I'm... Alphen?
Looks like you have your hands full.
As much as ever. As if I wasn't busy enough putting down the last remnants of Renan rule, I'm up to my ears in Danon disputes. And then, to top it all off, that thing had to come crashing down from out of the sky.
Pretty sure we've heard this somewhere before.
But enough about my problems. What can I help you with?
Yeah, we're looking for an old Renan starship. You wouldn't happen to know any around these parts, would you?
A starship? What do you need one of those for?
To get to Lenegus.
Lenegus? Are you out of your damn mind?
Believe it or not, it wouldn't be the craziest thing we've done recently.
Oh, I believe it. Well, either way, I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about a starship.
Then do you have any historical records by chance?
Sure, we've got stacks of old records.
Mind if we take a look at them?
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Nath.
I read through all of the records, but I only found a single line that might point to what we're looking for. It mentions a rock that shot across the sky and landed past the mountains. The event was recorded just before the first Renan invasion.
And you think that might be the starship?
I don't know. There was nothing else in the records that came even close. It looked like it was someplace called Berg, but maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Berg?
That ring any bells for you?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest volcanoes in Calaglia. I was just there recently, investigating a report of a meteor someone saw.
Another meteor in the same area? Really?
I wonder if it could have been one of those lights that shot out of the wedge.
All the more reason to check it out. Can you tell us how to get there?
The old Zion mine is up that way. One of the veins we abandoned connects to the volcano. Go ahead and use that. But you should be careful.
Huh?
I don't know if it has anything to do with the meteor. There's a giant Zoogle running riot in there. Never seen anything like it.
A Zoogle, huh?
I turned back as soon as I caught sight of the thing, so I can't tell you much more. Just be real careful if you head out that way.
Hmm.
All right.
I guess...
Hmm.
Right.
I didn't like the sound of that monster Nath was talking about one bit.
Well, we have... to press on. We're going through Zion Mine to Berg Volcano. Let's move.
Vale, vamos allá.
We should be able to cook here.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
It's quite hot here. The climate feels different from Menancia's.
It's gotten much cooler since leaving town, though.
Does that mean eyes were burning holes in us?
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
So we're back in the Zion mine tunnels. Who would have thought we'd be going through this place again? This is where you and I first fought together.
And also the first time we touched, as I recall.
Wait, really?
Yes, really.
So this path is supposed to take us out to Berg Volcano?
We're not gonna see any lava burst out in front of us or anything, are we?
Don't get so paranoid you let a rock fall on your head, Law. Ugh, so hot.
Well, yeah.
La Virgen.
Yeah, we've reached the inner portion of Berg Volcano.
We need to find that starship.
Huh. You can make plants grow instantly? What if we use this for fruits and vegetables?
I'd rather not be our party's fertilizer. Thank you very much.
My face is starting to sting, and my throat feels super parched.
Here, have some water. Just make sure you don't drink too much.
Thanks.
You want some too, Shion? Oh, wait. I bet you're hungry more than anything, aren't you?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
Que sus wiki? Què és això? No m'has dit que pecesos de tempacho. Neverkusen. Messi dos goles, ¿no? Ole, maestro. Venga, vamos al lío. Vale, vamos a venir. Vale, aquí hay tierra. A ver qué hay. Vaya, esto no lo hemos podido evitar.
Now you see what I can do!
Here! If it's in the sky, it's mine! It's a duel beyond!
Not today!
Here's a healing
Far
art!
enough!
No tienen rascape.
Your blade
got
moves
this.
like
Let
silk.
a marksman
I just let
handle
my
it.
instincts take over.
All yours!
The enemy wields ours too. We'll soon see about that. Do it!
It's over! Move! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Este directo nos hemos pegado una panzada de entrenar increíble.
There's more where that came
Increíble.
from.
Yo más que nada por si notan un cofre, ¿ves? Como ese, un ojito. Venga, venid aquí todos. Que os voy a dar para el pelo 40, 38, ¿eso qué? Venga,
Now I can let loose!
Where are you going?
Swallow Blade! Are those rocks in?
Madre mía, está dando para el pelo, ¿eh?
Exploit the enemy's weakness! All back in their defense!
Glad you have your uses.
I'll show you how useful I can be!
Raging Cascade!
Toma, para los bichos.
I can do it all day!
No further!
A chain between heaven and earth.
You picked the wrong fight!
Burning strike!
Swallow Blade!
That's quite unique.
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
Regeneration! Swallow Blade!
Requires complete focus.
Regenerate!
Denied!
Leave the enemy's art to me.
Technique. How are your...
No complaints here! Elusive deity!
This one's mine.
Swallow Blade!
All right. It's just
ready and ready.
Searing sweet now.
Armor won't save you!
Get on in there with the other tornadoes.
I'm ready!
All to Sion. Astral energy. Full throttle. Go.
¡Bum!
A flawless victory. Naturally.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Shine! Radiant love! I'm ready! Swallow Blade!
Venga, uno menos.
Regenerate!
Le falta menos para
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
Sí. Vestido gótico.
Got some good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my
No
taste.
tiene nada que hacer con nosotros. Somos los mejores, tío. Pero, hostia, el queso, que no me comí el queso. A ver.
There.
Venid todos. Que no quede ni uno.
No choice! No further! Slash! Okay, here I go!
Your hide is thick as armor.
Slash! Try harder! Aim for the weak spot! I'm in your deck. An astral art?
That's my cue.
Joder, macho, y esto es gran plancha, no tiene piedad.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance. Not today!
This ends now.
Consider
Hombre,
yourself
no
finished.
vas a hablar
Chain
aquí.
between heaven and earth.
Engulfed you!
A wailing banshee of lightning.
They smite with blackened blade. Mirage!
A debut performance.
Divine
Swallow
vision.
blade.
Dance in the water. Here's my
Cabrón.
My raging cascade field.
Swallow blade. You're mine! I'm ready!
Very well. Astral
Verá.
A flawless victory. Naturally.
I never miss.
Now.
Reflect on
Radiant
that.
here. Out of it. This one's got your name on it.
Ashes to ashes.
Back into the fray.
So can't get out of this. Yours to be let free. Here I come.
By the power of
Man. Vale.
Wow. Look what I just found.
Genial. Vamos bien. Vamos muy bien. Vale. Bueno. Mira la tropa ahí. Tropa. La tropa galáctica. Mira. Tumba, pumba.
Not in your dreams. By the power of water. Don't mind if I do.
Now you see what I can do.
Fall into thine own
Flying free.
What's it now?
All yours, Kisara.
No, Kisara, dale ahí.
Relay cascade war.
Swallow blade.
Field.
Slash.
More for the stockpile.
You picked the wrong fight.
Radiant here.
Madre
Swallow
mía.
blade.
Thunder field. Steering
Swallow
blade.
blade.
I lost the fight.
I owe you so much, Rayla.
Maybe my arts do have a place in this world.
Sure. Tons you can do.
Do it. Radiant sword.
Venga, aquí a tope.
Scream, baby.
Magic is out. Cross blade.
I'm not done.
Do it.
Swallow blade. Totally. In an instant. Impact clock. We're a pretty lethal combination,
Ah,
aren't
se
we?
meten con quien
What
no
can
se
I
tienen
say?
que meter.
I had a good partner.
Es lo que es. Joder.
This bridge will hold itself together, right?
Eso que viene un monstruo.
Most definitely. Though I won't make any promises.
Vale.
Which one is it?
Estamos dentro del volcán de las Palmas. ¿Qué hacen? Qué inútiles. Vale, lo veo. Steve B, sí. Yo no voy a estar bien. 9% de batería.
Swallow blade. Try harder.
Did that help? Corruption. By the power of
Tío, eso era plancha.
to the bright area on their back.
Shattering pieces. Attack us.
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Can't get out of this. Not today.
Healing circle.
Captivity. Swallow blade.
I'm in your debt.
You're mine. No
Now,
Win well. Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis. You don't mess around.
Certainly not.
It's almost too strong. Then I'll split it open. Be my guest. Swallow blade.
Get on in there together.
Mirage.
Anything in armor is all mine. Now you see what I can do.
Do it. Force. Whoa. Clear.
I'm ready. Here I come.
Menuda paleza. Sí, ve, Daniel Perelló, morí.
Feel my precision improving.
Callous. Calcified. Calaglia.
What kind of poem is that?
A sparse one.
It's crazy to see rocks melt before our eyes.
Watch where you're going, everyone. If you fall, there will be nothing.
Nos hacen gastar PF. Eso que tiene que haber algo.
I didn't know you had that sort of trick up your sleeve, Dohalim. I would have figured rocks and plants would be...
Absoluta.
too different for you to handle both.
Not necessarily.
Debe ser un atajo. Vamos a ver qué pasa aquí. Santuario interior. Bueno.
What the hell is that thing?
Probably that monster Nath warned us about, if I had to guess.
Do you think this might have been where one of those lights that shot out of the wedge landed?
But why this location? If the purpose of the wedge is to harvest Dana's astral energy.
We can figure that out later. If that thing gets into town, it's going to cause chaos. We need to take it down and move on. Let's go!
Nivel 50.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Buah,
Let me know if you need healing.
¿cómo le pego yo a
Here it
este?
comes! Focus!
On your toes, everyone.
Suddenly turning tail doesn't seem so ridiculous.
Why? Are you scared?
Me? Are you?
Do you even have to ask? Of course I'm scared.
Focus up before we become that thing's lunch.
It's summoning Zoogle?
Take care of them while keeping an eye on it.
Here! Chain between heaven and earth.
Ignite!
A wailing
can't get out of
fury
this.
lightning.
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
This one's mine.
A wall is a shield
Not on
from
my
calamity.
Armor won't save you!
Barrier!
Light astral lightning exemption.
Far enough!
Flash!
Thunderblast. Illuminate the dark.
Flash!
Annihilate the river.
Flash!
Overland.
Eagle
Chain
Road!
between heaven and earth.
Swallow blade!
A wailing fall into thine own death flame.
Swallow
Reload.
blade!
Concentration. Shadow.
Swallow blade!
Back into
Flash!
the fray.
Swallow blade! Flash! Here I come!
Big water parry.
Charge like that can easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Ignite! Swallow blade!
Raging storm.
Here I come!
One at a time.
Swallow blade! Flash! Swallow blade!
It looks like you got this
Can't
one
get out
covered.
of this! Swallow blade! Flash! Catapult! Lightning! Flash! Swallow blade! Captivity! Swallow blade!
Let the mark Blade Lancer. Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Far enough!
Ready and rare.
I'm already getting hold on to your arm. Here I come.
I may have bit off more than I could chew.
The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
I owe you, Theon.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction. Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Obtain between heaven and earth!
In a bind, swallow blade.
Burning strike!
Swallow blade. Swallow blade.
Here's a healing art!
Do it! Dueling! In an instant! Impact claw! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
A wailing beauty of lightning!
Swallow blade! Ready and raring!
Sealed!
Armor won't save you!
Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore your pain.
Now!
I'll try to be more
Bring you
careful.
back! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Nothing gets by me.
From death's abyss! Resuscitation!
My pride was my
Here come more.
We'll just have to keep fighting.
Leave the enemy's arts to me!
No place here! Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Radiant blood! Here!
Elusive deity! Slash! Swallow blade! No escape! Slash! Swallow blade! Ignite!
Watson! A chain between heaven and earth!
Denied!
A
Try
wailing
harder!
beauty of lightning!
Swallow blade! Eagle blade! Slash!
Not on my watch! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Anything in armor is all mine.
Force of regeneration!
Healing circle!
Thanks!
Thanks for the healing.
Reinforcements incoming.
Yeah, not a problem. You too.
Take this!
Searing! This one's mine!
I can carve through armor!
I never miss!
And the flame inside you is yours to be let free!
They're all coming after me!
I'm coming, Linwell!
I'm not scared. I'm totally fine.
Try harder!
Here, let me help.
Fly!
Can't this?
Swallow blade! Fly!
Now!
Swallow blade!
I can handle it.
Photon
Far enough.
Illuminate the dark! Magic
Swallow blade! Regenerate! Swallow blade!
Ya grande como me lo cargo, tío.
Not on my watch! Mega Ray!
I can carve through armor!
Annihilation! Mega Ray!
This is looking good! Fly! Can't get out of this!
Thunderblade! Illuminate the dark!
You picked the wrong fight!
Death shall not be
Arc
forgotten.
shield!
Dance on the wind! Fly!
Lightning
Swallow
kinetic!
blade!
Not on my watch!
They smite with blackened blade! Take this!
Freeze Lancer!
Slash! Swallow blade! Slash! Execute! Swallow blade! Here I go! I'm not
Leave the charges to me.
This one's mine! I'll be saving this one!
resonate with you!
Shattering
us! Pieces! Attack time!
I'll be saving
You're
this
mine!
one!
Slash! Swallow blade! It's on! Seismic rupture! Swallow blade! Not today!
There you go!
In a bind? No escape! Slash! Swallow blade! You're finished! Slash!
You are in tip-top shape!
As soon as I'm done here, I'll come help out.
How could a girl ever say no?
As impressive as always.
Here I hope there was
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Swallow blade! Radiant light! Slash! Swallow blade! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around.
Certainly not.
Leave the chargers to me.
Shattering of pieces! Attack time! This one's all mine!
It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone!
Everyone all right?
We won't surrender. We won't retreat, not yet.
Whatever you do, just please stay safe. A new lease on life.
How are we supposed to take on something so big?
I'll handle it.
Alpha!
Just watch and learn. That's enough! Go back down!
Hostia, ahora me he quedado flipado.
Everyone okay?
Yeah, I think so.
That thing scared the pants off me.
It felt like it had a different aura than other Zeugles, didn't it?
Yeah. It wasn't like the one that Almadria sicked on us either.
Its elemental astral energy variance was out of this world. It was like fighting a lord.
I guess it's safe to assume that if it came out of the wedge, it must have played some part in helping harvest astral energy. But what?
Perhaps a living spirit vessel? It's plausible, given the location. Or it may be part of a new force dispatched to regain control of Dana.
If we assume that monster was one of the 4 beams of light, we must have prevented something from taking place here.
I'd like to think so, knowing how much grief it gave us. But at least with that out of the way, we can keep moving forward now. Let's go.
I think I'm getting stronger.
A ver qué nos encontramos aquí. Porque a mí no me cuadra nada ya.
Hey, is that it over there?
Anda.
Alphen?
Did you remember something?
No, but I have seen this starship before. This is it. This is the ship I traveled in when I escaped from Lenegis.
Three centuries later, and it's no worse for wear. I'll take a look at the internals.
Damn! I'm amazed it still works at all after all this time.
The past meets the present. I really am from a different time and place.
Yeah, but you've got us now, Alphen.
Not only that, but you've helped out so many people, too.
Law's right. Rinwell too. You're one of us now. No more carrying the weight of history on your shoulders. You're a part of this world.
Right. Thanks, you guys.
How's it look?
It should fly. All internal systems seem to be operating. However, considering how long it's remained inactive, I suspect it will take some time before it's ready for takeoff.
How much time are we talking here?
Starship mechanics are not what I'd call my forte, so I'd rather not hazard a guess.
So we've just got to sit around here and wait? I'm terrible at waiting.
That's because you're a child. Oh, but how about we use this time to prepare and gather supplies for the trip?
Good idea. Who knows when we'll be back from Lenegis once we leave. We should prepare ourselves for every possible scenario before we go.
Let's try not to stay away too long. I'd hate for anything to happen to the place while we're gone.
Either we race ahead, or we take due precaution to ensure we have no regrets. I shall leave it up to you as to how we proceed, Alphen.
Works for me.
Bueno. Una nave muy bonita.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegis? After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegis.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renin. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegis and the Renin homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
The people of Lenegis?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Shion and Dohalim, right? And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Lenegis who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegis. And wherever she is, we should find the Renis Alma, too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Shion can finally get rid of her thorns. Shion?
Huh? Yeah.
Where? Shion? Where'd Shion go? How could she just go off on her own? Shion. Shion! It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Rolron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time.
Huh?
The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Xion. But tell me how is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renis Alma was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renins and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
Xion, don't lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first, but ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis. When the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens...
They will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renis Alma on your own, and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
But that's... too much. It's way too much.
When this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renins or the Danins didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Shion!
Alvin?
Only living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Alvin.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen. We can fight this. We'll fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else, too?
Shion, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys...
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Shion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again. Shion. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys. You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone. For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. So let's go. On to Lenegis.
Bueno, 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 bueno. Pero hay que saber quién le ha puesto las espinas dentro. Y qué son. Y de dónde salen. Y por qué. Y todo. Vale, vamos al lío.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in, then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Well, that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelegion. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it. Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard? How could I?
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her. No matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is. Hey, you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Danans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadime, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the blazing sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma.
Hmm.
But after that day, one time became two, And before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renans. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shion.
But then, I realized... I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shion. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Danans and Renans, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you until the very end.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
Vale, vamos a continuar. Es un momento
Everyone well rested?
muy bonito.
Then let's go. We depart for Lenegis.
Vamos a ver qué pasa. Vámonos para allá.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that! You're going to jinx us!
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... Well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
Pues ya la han limpiado y todo. Toma.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that mean... you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
Alphen, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking, and...
Hey, shut up!
And what's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renin technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched, helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse, but then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live, but why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Xion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Danon victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though. You too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you've finished looking around the ship. Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renin ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this red woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That red woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them. There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this red woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a Sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone.
Bueno.
Beyond that wall lies a city full of
Pues ya
relics.
estamos aquí.
The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less.
En Leggings.
Who knows what we'll find on the other side.
Y vamos a ver qué. Yo estoy intrigado ahora. ¿Ves? Ahora me tienen intrigado. A ver qué encontramos aquí. Lenegis. Vaya nombre.
What in the world?
This being Renin territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Do?
Vamos a ver.
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
Venga,
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danins poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danins among us should probably keep our heads down.
Bueno, pues... ya hemos llegado. Ya
What if
estamos
people
aquí.
freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dog?
A ver qué dice este.
Oh, dear me.
Qué desastre.
What an
Hay que ver cómo está la
unspeakable
ciudad.
mess this has all
Hasta
become.
los Zugles han
Just
dejado de
look at the state
obedecernos.
of our city. Even the Zugals have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit? The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Mira, fresa. Muy bien. nos dan nada por esto, pero bueno.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Mr. Grange.
Your lordship! Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time.
Vale, pues nada.
Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renin, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent. Which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth. That Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
Buena pregunta.
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Danon. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 Sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it!
Naja.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, they're sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Vamos a ver.
Yes! Yes!
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
Tampoco no lo resuelve mucho esto.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
What?
Bueno, hablan de los que hemos
Ganabelt
matado.
was so horrible to people.
Y
Yet
bueno,
he was
como-
invested in helping Rena succeed.
como aportaciones,
Doesn't
pues
that
se
seem
ve que
just a
van-
little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
Vamos al lío.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed, the effects of Lenegis's transfer...
Pardon me.
Me estás contando, tía.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
¿Este qué dice?
Okay. Ah!
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganeth Harrows changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Renner, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danon doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Xion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
Vale. Misión cumplida.
What's this thing? There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current Sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfried Milgras, the former Lord of Cislodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfried whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming Sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over Holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the Sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, Sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest. meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Venga, vamos. Al lío. Venga, vamos al lío. Ahí viene un monstruo. Pam, pam, pam. Muere.
Doe?
Faria.
Faria? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Hostia.
Dohalim. I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Bueno. Está la gente nerviosa, está la gente calentita. Nosotros vamos recto, nuestro rollo. Venga, vamos para allá. Vale, ahí tenemos para guardar la partida.
What's this thing?
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah. It must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renin sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Mm-hmm. Soy gay.
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagan and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagan and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagan had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty. Instead, I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renin oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but...
A ver qué podemos vender.
I still wanted to say thank you.
No, vamos a seguir.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Damn it! Lenegis soldiers!
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Nivel 44.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Oh, I am Lord Dohalim of Elden Menancia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one.
This one's mine!
An astral lord?
That's my cue!
Shut him down. Take this. Can't get out of this. They smite with slackened blade. It's time. Swallow blade. Burn. Look sharp. Lightning tiger blade. Scream bathed in blood. Ripping you apart. Bloody everlasting dark. Glacial Reveal! Swallow blade! Swallow blade!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! You're on! It's on! Burn it out!
Now!
Vale, a tomar por culo, nivel 44 ahí.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Mira, vamos para allá. Bueno, nosotros somos nivel 41, tampoco somos tan malos. Bueno, monstruito. Ah, vale, que tenemos... es un laberinto. Bueno, nos hacen entrenar, ¿eh?
Brace yourself! This one's tough!
Not in your dreams! Freeze Lancer! Fall into thine own death! These ones can run rings around us!
Slash! Swallow blade!
Here's a healing arc!
I'm not done!
First aid!
Swallow blade!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And bubble it to me!
Ready and dance on the wind! Swallow blade!
Now you see what I can do!
Rending you apart!
Bloody howling! A chain between heaven and earth!
This one's all mine!
A wailing
You picked
Dynasty
the
of
wrong
lightning!
fight!
Back into the fray!
Swallow blade!
Can you take it?
Slash!
In the wind!
Swallow blade! Not a chance! No escape! Swallow blade!
Leave the charges to me! Scream.
Deny! Flame of fury!
Rending you apart! Swallow blade!
Sweet dreams! Glacial spear!
You're on!
Freeze Lancer!
Swallow blade!
In the wind! Air thrust!
You're on! No further!
Now!
Rising wyvern! Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Take it! Got you! A chain but not in your dreams!
Elusive deity! Rotating pile!
Mirage!
With this, I can become even stronger!
Venga, vamos a darle 44.
I have a
duro.
bad feeling about this.
Armor won't save you!
I never miss!
Don't suffer in silence.
Burn in hell!
I think I'll pass on the handshake. Here's a healing arc!
From calamity.
Slash!
Concentration!
Barrier! Slash! Swallow blade!
Gemini Aqua!
Try harder! Slash! Swallow blade! Attempt it! Slash! I'll grind you into dust!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Swallow blade! Slash! Swallow blade! Swallow blade!
Hear my call!
Nothing demon me! Glacial spear!
Take this!
Here's Evo! Photon! Purge Malevolent! Arcade Waterfall!
Catapult! Try harder!
I'll be
Swallow
saving
blade!
Catapult!
Slash!
Chain between heaven and earth!
Rising wyvern!
A wailing Dynasty of lightning!
Eat this!
On the way. Anything in armor is all mine!
I
They
save
carve
you!
through armor! Rending you apart!
You're mine!
Bloody hell!
Swallow
Not
blade!
on my watch!
Slash! Swallow blade!
De daño, mira, mira.
Thunder Field!
Slash! Catapult!
Raging Cascade! This one's mine!
Slash!
I never miss!
Dance on the wind!
Thunder Field! Let me help!
They
Raging Cascade!
Try harder!
Este, ¿no?
Dance in the wind! I'm only getting lightning!
Slash! Take this!
Down, Photon! Raging Cascade!
Some punishment?
You pay for that!
I don't even know the word defeat.
Burn in hell!
I'll bring you back from death to death.
Ready to go!
Thunderblade!
I can carve through armor! Deny!
Holy Glimmer! Ready to go!
No rest for the wicked.
Holy Lance!
Slash!
I'll
Swallow blade!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Water, hear my call!
Slash!
I'll face you!
Swallow blade!
You're mine!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Radiant light!
A wailing Dynasty of lightning! Burning strike!
Allow me to help you.
Swallow blade!
Chinese supernova! Lunar paralysis!
Slash!
Arcade Thunder Arc Field!
Slash!
I'll grind you into
Not
dust!
in your dreams!
The flame inside is yours to be let free!
Raging storm! More where
Here
that
I
came
come!
from! Chain between
Swallow
now!
blade! Winwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
Vale, no van a dar para el pelo, ¿eh?
Go no further!
Now you'll learn! I owe you one! Not today! Damn it! Can't get out of this!
They really don't give up, do they?
You got spirit!
Swallow blade!
Ready to go!
Damn it!
Denied! Water, hear my call!
It's on! Here I come! Not today!
Illuminate the dark! Holy
Swallow
Glitter!
blade!
Holy Land!
Too fast! Stand back! I'll trip it up.
Divine Faith! Hear my call!
Swallow blade!
Glacial spear!
Here's evil!
Swallow blade! Slash!
Freeze Lancer!
Swallow blade! Can't get out of this! Take
Do
it!
it!
Slash! Hey! Blow them away!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Vaya por Dios.
This one's tough,
ready.
but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Ignite! Lionheart!
Spread! Thunder Field!
I can carve through armor! Time to cross blade! A wall and shield from the blade!
Heaven and earth!
Another incantation ruined.
Slash! Catapult!
Field!
Swallow blade!
I'll be saving this one!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Radiant light! Swallow blade! Regeneration! Regenerate! Swallow blade! It's time! Don't suffer no further!
Photonic lightning condemned!
Burn!
One more! Thunder Blade!
Swallow
Illuminate the
blade!
dark! Come
Swallow
forth, Holy
blade!
Glimmer! Holy Land! I'm all stuffed up!
Swallow blade! Try this!
Lightning!
Infernal torrent!
Take this! Lightning Orb!
I'll smash you! Thanks! Try harder!
Come forth, Holy Glimmer! Holy Land!
Slash! Swallow blade! Take this!
Radiant lightning! Radiant
Mirage! Slash!
Here comes!
Swallow blade!
Annihilation!
Infernal torrent!
Nine of Fury!
Swallow you into dust! This one's all mine!
Here goes!
You picked the wrong fight!
Field!
Slash! Swallow blade!
For the stockpile!
Take this!
You're
No
blind!
further!
Thunder Field! Here!
And that'll bring you down!
Swallow blade! I'll grind you into the dust!
Thunder Blade!
Try harder! I have no limits! Dance on the wind! Now you see what I can do!
I'm grateful.
Take the lightning condemned! Thunder Blade! Illuminate the dark!
Swallow blade!
Come to my altar!
Swallow blade!
Steering blade! Between
Swallow
lightning!
blade! Slash!
A wailing beauty of lightning!
Slash!
Engineer!
Swallow blade!
I'll be saving this
Dance on the
one!
wind! This one's all mine! Ignite!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Healing cycle!
Swallow blade! Slash!
Ready to go! Healing! Flame of
In a
fury!
bind!
In here! Burning strike!
Glacial
Swallow
spear!
blade!
Here's evil!
I'm ready! Darling!
Immortal drop!
In an instant! Impact block!
Everyone's still in one piece?
No. Pero bueno, hay que hacerlo porque hay...
Little help!
Grant me the strength to march on!
Not on my watch!
Lion Now you see what I can do!
Fall into thine own death! The power of water! Concentration!
Swallow blade!
Dirt!
Try harder!
I never miss!
This one's all
Lightning
mine!
condemned!
Burn in hell!
Thunder Blade!
Swallow blade!
Illuminate the dark!
Slash! Swallow blade! Try harder!
Spear!
Swallow blade!
Between heaven and earth!
Swallow blade!
Here's the evil!
Swallow blade!
Freeze Lancer!
Benediction light.
Swallow blade! Try harder!
Mega Ray!
Swallow blade!
Raging
Infernal turret! Slash! Swallow blade!
Bring charges to me!
Ignite!
First aid!
Execution!
Deny! Magic is out! Take
It's over. I can carve through armor.
More for the stockpile. Gemini
Swallow blade.
Swallow
blade.
More with that
Swallow blade.
Annihilation.
Crushing slash. Swallow blade.
Supernova.
Reflect on that.
Glacial speed.
Resonate with the earth to be let free.
Artery filter. Where are you going? Not on my watch.
Swallow can't get out of this.
Glacial spear.
Do
it. Astral energy.
Say no more.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
A tomar por culo los bichos. Vale. Hola Prometheus, ¿qué tal? Bienvenido, buenas tardes. Ole, no se pasa por la piedra. Buah, buah, bueno, lo que tenemos aquí. Vale.
I can't let the hatred consume me.
I see what it is.
Far enough.
Scream face and blood.
No quería...
Release blood. Everlasting dust. Fatal ray. This was all mine. Ignite. Long down. Swallow blade.
Dance in the wind.
It's no. Can't get here.
Don't give up.
Release.
Me han matado, tío.
I'll bring you back from death to
Can't get out of this.
¿Cómo estás, Prometheus?
a chain between heaven and earth. A wailing dancing lightning.
Locked and loaded. The enemy wields our too.
We'll soon see about that.
We're not ready. Swallow blade. Here I come.
It's over.
Mirage.
Leave the charges to me.
In here, we're playing nice. Here goes.
Swallow blade.
El problema es que son 2 niveles más potentes que yo.
Glacial spear.
Swallow blade. Listen to it. Swallow blade.
Hear my call.
Call back. Swallow blade.
Not in your dreams.
Swallow blade. Not today.
Now you see what I can do. A chain between heaven and earth. Here.
Venga.
Take this.
Hombre, ya era hora que te pasase después de tanto tiempo. Ay, mía, yo no sé ni lo que estoy haciendo ya.
Burn in hell. I'm ready.
Astral energy.
Say no more.
Resonate with the earth.
Magna rail. Annihilation. Who wants to die back into the fray?
Hold the fire support. Swallow blade.
A big
You're
water.
escape. Abort. Mission. Swallow blade.
Me queda por lo menos 5.000 de experiencia.
Rising Viper. I'm ready. Hey. Blow them away. I can feel my power growing.
No lo creo que esté por aquí, no lo creo. Bueno, no creo que esté. No creo que esté. Bueno, chicos, ahora va a empezar un momento que supongo yo que nos darán alguna explicación ya.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Danon. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for. Let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renin, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renins, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
A ver.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegus. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too, if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you.
Ay, que se
Not
está
that I'm
enamorando.
complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last
Vamos a
illusion,
ver qué nos
there's no
explican.
telling what could
Vamos a ver
happen in
qué pasa
here.
aquí. Vamos a ver. Nos tendrán que dar alguna explicación, digo yo, vamos.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
Hostia, el del poder oscuro.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it comes!
Una invocación. Vaya, aquí también se puede invocar. Ahí está.
I've never known
Venga, vete a
like
tomar
that
por
before.
culo.
How about with the stone that looks suspiciously like a master core?
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zugals. Then we get some answers.
Go for the weak point!
Rising Wyvern! Mirage! Slide! Try harder!
Tempest!
Leave the demon like me!
Evil!
Mirage!
Denied!
Freeze Lancer!
Forward
This one keeps charging up!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Try harder!
Anything in armor is all mine.
I'll smash you! It can't get out of this!
Illuminate the star! Reload! Not in your dreams!
You picked the wrong fight!
Lightning to
Death
death!
from the wind! Swallow blade!
Illuminate the star!
Swallow blade! Rending you apart! No escape! Swallow blade!
Chain between heaven and earth!
Swallow blade!
Yo le voy a dar hasta que reviente. A ver.
Swallow blade!
Dance on the wind. Leave the chargers to me.
More where that came from! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Take this! Chain between heaven and earth! Help this! Magna ray! I'm on the Raging storm!
Slash! Swallow blade! Burn! Elusive deity! Swallow blade! Rotating pile drive! Slash! Swallow blade!
Mine! Where are you going? Sleep now! It's weakened! More for the top pile!
This can now!
Burning!
Swallow blade!
Hear my call! Spread! Burning! Spread now!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Here goes! Hear my call! Confiscated! Dance in the wind! In here! Evil! I'll be saving
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite!
Anything in
It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out!
Through armor! Swallow blade!
Just what the doctor ordered!
Deny! Burn!
Lightning orb! Damn it!
Swallow blade!
Raise
Throb in pain. It's too much!
Here, let me help!
Nice! Catapult!
By the power of earth!
I'll fly you into dust!
Don't get in my way!
On your
By the power of water! Violent darting wind!
Here I come!
Crossblade!
Try harder!
A chain between heaven and earth! Close one! Healing circle!
I'm in your debt.
Violent darting wind!
Where are you going? Anything in armor is all mine.
Between heaven and earth! A wailing banshee of lightning!
Mirage!
Ya le queda poco.
Not on my watch! Blaze of steel! Pierce evil! The flame will roar!
Take it down!
Leave the chargers to me. Deny.
Burn it hell!
I'll be saving this one! I'll
Swallow
pick you
blade!
up!
Slash! Swallow blade!
Thunder beetle!
I owe you one.
Here's a healing orb!
Demon blast!
First aid!
Soaring blast!
Sleep now! More for the stockpile! Magic advance! Burning strike! Glacial spear! More for the stockpile!
On your knees! Nothing will hold me back! Try harder! Not a chance! Begin! Swallow blade!
Divine
Take it!
Slash!
Take this! I'll smash you! Elusive deity!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Swallow blade! This one's all
Wailing
yours!
banshee of lightning!
Eat
I'm
them!
almost impressed!
Our praise comes from you.
I said almost. Don't
You're
get carried
mine!
away.
Slash! Take this! Swallow blade! Slash! Swallow blade! Swallow blade! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Swallow blade! Negative gate!
I never miss!
Swallow blade!
Sorry to trouble you.
Ready! That move!
Here comes the big one!
Come forth, holy glimmer! Holy land!
Resonate with the
Chain
earth!
between heaven and earth!
Scream!
Ready! Lightning! Spread! Sleep now!
I'll smash you!
I'll be burning this
Negative
one!
gate! On your
Lightning to death!
Swallow blade!
Too much damage! A chain between heaven and earth!
Totally!
A wind!
In an instant! Impact block!
Venga la mierda, hombre. El número 1. A venir tú aquí a tocarme los huevos.
Now it's just her! Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more.
Dohalie!
Forgive me. Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You?
Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnigan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already passed, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
Ahora se llevan bien todos. Vamos a ver.
Without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks.
Vale, vamos a ver qué es lo que pasa aquí. Aquí va a haber show.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way. Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns. As well as have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens.
Vamos
I'm
para
determined
allá,
to save
que
Shion
por
and Dana.
culo, hombre.
Nothing I learn can change that.
Vale, vamos al lío. Vamos a subir las habilidades, las que podamos, si podemos subir algo. Vamos a ver qué pasa. Pues si nos matan, pues yo entrenaré y después ya vendremos más adelante, pero...
Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records, by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danon astral energy, so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Danon. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renin citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renins are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They've re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the... If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Naori, I...
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Renan never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me.
Bueno.
Made the Iron Mask.
Vamos vamos a ver quién es el malo. Venga, vamos a ver quién es el malo y vamos a darle pa'l pelo. Porque yo todavía no sé quién es el malo,
and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
Esto ya no es muy humano. Algo hay aquí. Alienígena, pero hay algo.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori. What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse onto my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Pues Daniel, pero yo.
Naori.
Ya estoy por el final.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danon voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience.
By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do.
Pues unas
We can rid you of your
5 o
thorns
6
and
horas.
stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's
tiene
right. We can rid you of your
doble
curse
turno,
and
tiene
still save
turno
the
de tarde y
world at the
turno
same
de
time.
noche.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori.
Bueno.
So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony, and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
Is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No. The truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead. And it's for my sake. So I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting.
Estos acaban chingando y la ponen pompa y la pone fina.
Finally in our hands.
Bueno. Vale, pues exactamente no sé dónde tengo que ir. Pero ya estoy vestido como un soberano. Pero la de rojo, algo hay con la de rojo. Algo hay que a mí no me cuadra. Algo hay que no me cuadra aquí.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Y no me voy de aquí hasta que no me lo pase, ¿eh? Vamos a ver qué pasa aquí. Porque esto no me huele a mí como algo normal.
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Renna, at the shrine of the true sovereign. The
What has happened to him? He's lost himself. Reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but... are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't... are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
Nivel 48.
They're not feeling
Casi nada.
particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Raging storm! Burning crush! Here's the edge of the wind! Sleep now!
Now we're not.
Denied!
In a bind?
Radiant pierce! Concentration! I
You're
can use
mine!
all day! Lunar corruption! By the power of water! Ready!
No se mueve casi.
That'll bring you down!
Elusive deity! This one's all mine!
Lightning! Downfall!
No escape! Ignite!
Water! Hear my call!
Swirlblade!
Confiscated!
No dawn!
Glacial spear! Here's the evil! Magic is too much to handle! Get to the wind! Air thrust! A chain between heaven and earth! A wailing banshee of lightning!
Swirlblade! Resonate with the earth!
Radiant pierce!
Swirlblade!
I'm out of ammo! Tempest swirl! Annihilation!
Bloody
Mega ray!
Another incantation ruined. This is some punishment.
You'll pay for that!
Annihilation! Wind astral energy!
Swirlblade! Slice! Here I come! No escape! Swirlblade!
Anything in armor is all mine! Armor won't save you!
In here, pull myself together.
Hitting fire!
This one's mine!
Ignite!
I'll grind you into
Where are
dust!
you going?
Elusive deity!
Swirlblade!
Annihilation! Lightning! Downfall! Thunder bloody! Lightning! Downfall!
The everlasting dawn!
Raging cascade!
In a bind?
Swirlblade!
Annihilation!
Blood! Rending you apart!
Radiant storm!
Bloody howl!
Celestial runner! Mega ray! I blood by the power of water!
Swirlblade!
I'm all
Nothing
stuck
gets
up!
by me!
It's on!
Annihilation!
Not today!
Benediction light.
Mega ray!
Swirlblade!
Annihilation!
No art for being interrupted.
Lightning and raging cascade! Mega ray! Hard blood! Loud, loud, loud!
Can't move!
Whoa.
Don't give up!
Regenerate! From beyond, imbue this
Joder,
vanquish.
macho, cómo reparten, tío.
Where are you going?
I owe you one.
Freeze Lancer! Dance in the wind! Move air thrust!
Can you take
Water! Hear my call!
Swirlblade!
Red!
Mirage!
Here's burning! Strike! Glacial
Prepare to
Spear!
be
Here's evil! Freeze Lancer! Light ass ready! Here's a healing illuminate the storm! Denied! Holy river! Back into the holy land!
Yours to be let free! By the power of radiant light! Force of regeneration! I'll smash you! Regenerate! I owe you one! Thanks! You're on!
Here's a healing
Swallow blade! I won't give up! I couldn't make it in time. Swallow blade! Imbue...
Raging storm!
Try harder!
Will this help? Here's a...
I'll face you! Try harder! Don't get carried away!
Back into the
Swallow blade! Can you take it? Take this! No further! Swallow blade!
Here goes!
Slash!
Not on my watch!
Far enough! Resonate with the earth! Swallow blade!
Where are you going?
On flame inside me, yours to be let go!
Holy
Burn!
Ready a chain between heaven and earth. A wailing banshee of lightning. Annihilation.
Swallow blade!
Seal.
I'll smash you!
I'll be saving this one.
Rising mirage! Slash! Here I come! Swallow blade! Swallow blade! Eagle ray! Here I come!
A wailing banshee of lightning. Seal.
Take this!
Lunar corrupted the stockpile.
Mirage! Everlasting darkness! Try this! Negative gate! On your knees! I'm not done! Swallow blade!
Nothing gets by me!
Annihilation.
Now
Seal.
the flame inside is yours to be let free!
Allow me out.
Let me free you of your power!
Where are you going? Not on my watch.
What? Benedict!
More with that from.
Swallow blade!
¿Cómo nos vale? Ya no nos vale.
Swallow blade!
Illuminate the
Swallow blade! You're mine! Swallow blade!
Chain between heaven and earth.
Dance in the wind!
A wailing banshee of
On
lightning.
your knees!
Sealed.
You're mine!
I'll be saving this
You
one.
require a hand. Can't get out of this!
Annihilation. Mega ray.
Burn! Elusive deity! Swallow blade! Eagle ray! Flash!
More with that Illuminate the storm. Ready to go. Holy land. A chain between heaven and earth.
Elusive deity!
A wailing
Está
banshee of
complicado
lightning.
esto.
Swallow blade!
Divine savior.
Do it! River!
Astral energy.
Say no more!
Yo creo que no es el final. Algo hay aquí que no entendemos.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve.
What?
It's self-destructed?
Elfin!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally. It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me?
You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean... Boran was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a...
A slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renin and Danan are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
It's too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
Hola, José. Sí, estoy en el final. Estoy en el final, sí.
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am...
Tú no eres nadie, tú eres un pringao que se prendió fuego. Tontao.
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers and Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renis Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renis Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
Bueno.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Dan.
Vale, tenemos que volver. Se ve que hay más juego por delante. Me he pegado un buen tute, llevo toda la tarde y aún no he sido capaz de terminarlo, podría seguir. Pero van a dar las 10 de la noche, chicos, y lo vamos a dejar aquí. Me ha gustado mucho, hemos avanzado un montón. Así que, bueno, como digo siempre, en el próximo directo más y mejor. Gracias a todos aquellos que habéis venido, habéis dado vuestro like y muchas gracias por acompañarme en esta aventura que le queda muy poquito. Muchas gracias y hasta la próxima.